Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, for roll call.
Supervisor Allen. Here. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Grijalva.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. We'll now go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and to lead the pledge we have from the County Treasurer's Office, Allison Paul, who is a tax collection specialist. Ms. Paul.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Ms. Paul. Any updates for us from the Treasurer's Office?
Not here.
Okay. Well played. All right. Now we are going to do the land acknowledgement statement, and to offer that, we had a day for her earlier this year, I believe, is Carolyn Campbell, the founding executive director and current board member, apparently a failure at retirement, for the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Yes, I've been retired since October, still dabbling, but I've been having a meaningful time and taking care of things that needed taking care of. So still a fan of the Sonoran Desert. And with that, on behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Campbell.
I'm pleased to be here on the first day of the month of Earth Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Going to turn it to Supervisor Christie, who asked for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some quick announcements I want to share with everybody, particularly the Vale School District in District 4. Corona Foothills Middle School is the #1 middle school in the state of Arizona 3 years in a row. And this is from the State Department of Education. 3 years. I also want to make a special acknowledgement to the Green Valley Council. Last Thursday, they held their first Wildfire Awareness and Prevention Forum, and they had close to 200 people that filled the Desert Hills Recreation Center, and they learned all of the newest updates on wildfire mitigation, and we appreciate the support of the county, who had also had attendees there and presenters, and it went over very well. So congratulations to the Green Valley community and to the county for their collaboration on wildfire mitigation. And then finally, out in Reddington, as we all remember the tragic incident of the Good Samaritan resident out there who helped, who were representing themselves as stranded motorists, and the Good Samaritan resident ended up being murdered. They had a community meeting out in Reddington last weekend, and they had some 75 residents, representatives from the county, from the Sheriff's Department, from Pinal County, as well as Pima County's own Department of Transportation. It was a very robust and informative meeting, and I think it impacted the residents out there to know that even though they are in a very remote area, in a rural area, they are still part of our Pima County, and I want to thank the county administrator and the and the administration for sending representatives to them. It meant a lot to these residents, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. We now will go to item number 4 on the regular agenda, pause for pause, and we do have staff from Pima Animal Care Center to share that moment with us. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm JJ. I'm Deputy Director for PAC. And this little girl came in yesterday, very recently. She probably won't be staying long, I'm guessing. She's about... That's quite all right. She's about 10 weeks old, came in with some litter mates, so there's more than one of them. So come get her. Today is Arizona Giving Day, and I just want to remind everybody and encourage you to donate to our Friends of PAC group. Right now, they are raising funds for a new dog play yard and for community cat spay, neuter, and vaccinations. Thank you very much.
We will now go to item number 5. Unless you need a recess to do an emergency adoption. We will now go to agenda adjustments. And before I turn it to the clerk, I want to recognize Supervisor Christie because he had a request with regard to an item that he put up that he wanted to make at this time. Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this particular point, I'd like to request that we withdraw and continue the elections operations report that was submitted to the board members and to the administration from the elections department and the recorder's office till the first meeting in May. We received this rather lengthy report yesterday afternoon and really have not had time to digest the materials. And we plan on spending much more time doing that in our office, and I'm encouraging my colleagues to do the same and to have questions ready. But I think it would be more efficient that we have more time to delve into the report and have very poignant questions that we can pose at a later date, preferably the first meeting in May.
All right. Thank you, sir. That we will do that. And then Ms. Manriquez, our other agenda adjustments.
Okay. On the addendum agenda, page 1, items 5 and 6, these are the executive sessions. These items will be heard at a time certain of 10:30. And then on addendum 2, under Board of Supervisors on page 1, there is a correction. We need to add an item number. It was left off, and so it should be item number 1 on addendum 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. We're now going to move to agenda item number 6, which is recognition of the retirement of Carla Blackwell, who is the director of the Development Services Department, and we're going to be recognizing her for 23 years of service to Pima County. Board members, if you'd like to join me and Ms. Lesher in recognizing Ms. Blackwell.
I'm going to ask Mr. DeBonis to speak to this because he's worked with Carla for so long, but I think I met Carla over 30 years ago before either of us came to the county, and know that at that time, an individual who worked with everyone, openly, balanced, heard everybody, listened to the perspectives. And so when I realized that this is what she had done then was come to Pima County for this job, I can't imagine anything that was more perfect for her. So you shall be missed. Mr. DeBonis.
Carla, you want to join up closer?
Don't make me cry.
I am. I'm going to make you cry. I may cry too. So, Carla and I met in 2001 and met when I was a new director of development services. And, Carla competed against a strong pool of candidates and really stood out in that process and had an accomplished career in the private sector in real estate and in project development. And right away I felt a connection with Carla. And at the time, we couldn't have been further apart on the political spectrum, but I think that only added to the value, the strength of the relationship. And so, let me just say that she stayed planted where she was. I've moved to the middle. But Carla came on time when I was a young professional in the county and taking over a department, and really instantly built a connection. And right, people come into your life in different settings and different ways. And when you meet people at work, you don't expect that to turn into more than just a work relationship. But Carla has grown to be a dear friend of mine. Her and her husband, John, and their children, Julia and Grant, just are great friends and wonderful people. And so, we've had the pleasure of working together for almost 24 years now. And so, really shared a common vision of improving public service and government and service delivery, transforming a department from a regulatory agency, right? When you apply codes, the tendency is to be regulatory, but making customer service a priority and client service really the hallmark of everything we did there. We saw great highs in June of 2005. Pima County Development Services issued 650 single-family residential building permits. That was the height of the housing boom. We thought we were invincible, right? We were bulletproof at that time, only to have it all crash down and the housing bubble burst and the construction industry collapse, and very difficult times. Carla and I had to go through a realigning of the department, a downsizing, letting workforce go. That was the hardest thing that we did in our professional career, telling people they no longer had jobs, but then figuring out how do we continue to operate and not just operate, but make things better. And really, Carla was a fabulous partner, leaning in and saying, we're going to make this better. And we did that. We transformed culture, but we had a lot of fun along the way. We've built great relationships, a great team evolved there, such to the point when the opportunity came for me to move to county administration. Carla was ready to step up in December of 2016 and be the director of that department. And you always wonder if your work will live on. And I can say without a doubt that there was not a maintenance philosophy there. It was a continuous improvement philosophy. And Carla leaned into that with an amazing team and has done fabulous stuff and has connected with the community, with the industry that we serve, has made just undeniable contributions to this county and how we deliver service, and I'm endlessly grateful for that. I'm envious of you moving into retirement, but I've said before this is one of my favorite occasions, right? Because it's a culmination of a lifetime. All of the people you have met and touched and been touched by across an entire lifetime to get to this point, and I'm just so fabulously happy for you, and I am appreciative of the friendship that we've had and has grown, and look forward to continuing that, and wish you the absolute best in your retirement plans, and you as well, John. Thank you.
I'll send them.
First of all, I would really like to thank the board and the board members, your staff. I've enjoyed the relationship and the opportunity to work on meaningful community policy and projects. It's been very rewarding. Jan, thank you for your support through the highs and the lows. You were picking up the phone saying, "You okay?" Thank you so much. That was very meaningful to me. And Carmine, thank you for your friendship, your partnership, and trusting me to lead this department. It's been a wonderful experience. But I also want to thank the folks in the room as well as the folks watching over at Development Services. That staff makes excellent customer service happen every day, and they never give up, and they're always looking for improvements. So thank you to the staff. And Chris, passing the torch. The torch is going to Chris. And Chris, I wish you much success, and I hope you enjoy it as much as I did. Thank you.
Get your shirt.
Yeah, can I keep this?
Yeah.
Oh.
You'll see it.
Oh, this is a heavy.
All right. Thank you all very much. So nice to see so many people from Development Services here to join us in recognizing Ms. Blackwell. Okay, we are now going to move into presentation of our proclamations. And the first one is a presentation of a proclamation to Rocky Perez, Executive Director, Metropolitan Education Commission, Sharon O'Brien, Executive Director, Literacy Connects, Yasel Salofsky, Executive Director, Make Way for Books, Lori Monsieur, Executive Director, Read On Arizona, Abra McAndrew, Executive Director, Tucson Festival of Books, and Amber Mathewson, Director, Pima County Public Library, proclaiming the week of April 27 through May 3, 2025 to be Pima Tucson Read Aloud Week. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and I get the pleasure of up here. Hello. I look like a likely person to hold this. Hello.
Hey there. I'm good. Where do I start? Where do you want me to be? Like on the end? Or...
All right. Whereas literacy is a foundational skill that enables individuals of all ages to thrive academically, civically, and economically, strengthening communities and expanding opportunities for all. And whereas reading aloud improves comprehension, vocabulary, and critical thinking skills while nurturing a love of reading and inspiring individuals to view books as sources of curiosity, inspiration, and lifelong learning. And whereas data from Education Forward, Arizona's Education Progress Meter, shows that 40% of Pima County third graders met or exceeded grade level reading standards for the 2022-2023 2023 school year, highlighting an opportunity to implement partnerships to provide targeted, data-driven interventions to further improve literacy outcomes and strengthen the success of youth and the broader community. And whereas Pima County benefits from a dedicated network of literacy champions, including Read On Arizona, Pima County Public Library, Literacy Connects, Make Way for Books, and the Tucson Festival of Books, whose culturally responsive and family-focused programs promote early learning, support families, and celebrate the joy of reading. And whereas the Metropolitan Education Commission recognizes the essential contributions of these organizations in addressing literacy disparities and strengthening Pima County's educational ecosystem, and has recommended this proclamation to reaffirm a shared commitment to literacy as a cornerstone to academic success and community well-being. And whereas aligning a week of reading aloud with El Día de los Niños or El Día de los Libros amplifies our collective mission to celebrate children, families, and literacy across all linguistic and cultural backgrounds, engaging officials, community partners, and volunteers to read aloud in schools across Tucson and Greater Pima County, fostering positive attitudes towards reading and lifelong success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 27 through May 3, 2025 to be Pima Tucson Read Aloud Week, and extends its gratitude to the literacy advocates and organizations who work tirelessly to address these challenges, building informed, vibrant, and resilient communities, and encourages all to join in this observance by participating in activities and championing literacy efforts year-round. Thank you to Vantage West for investing in Pima Tucson Read Aloud Week so that we may supply books to our schools during this occasion. Congratulations, and thank you to all of you. Do you have a designated spokesperson among this august gathering?
I'll take it and then I'll pass it along.
All right, Mr. Perez.
I think, we had touched on reading proficiency in the last academic year had been at 39% or 40%. However, in the last academic year, we went down to 39. And those numbers continue to worry our community. As Chair Scott touched on, reading and reading proficiency can be consequential on one's entire life going forward. And so, we thank all of the network of literacy organizations and partners within our community to help steward this work. Without you, our democracy, our communities, our educational landscape would not be as empowered and supported without your work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, Rocky, you said it all. All right. Thank you all so much, and you can joust over who gets to take the proclamation.
I'm going to actually pass it over to Abra McAndrews from Tucson Festival of Books. Abra stepped into this role, I think, just under a year ago, maybe just over a year ago. And we just surpassed Tucson Festival of Books, and it was phenomenal. And the festivities are continuing, and I know all of our supervisors had partaken in Read Aloud Weeks and things like that. Vice Chair Grijalva, I think you beat the record. So we did have book bags, and we'll be able to pass those along in a continuation of that love of reading. But Abra, thank you for all you do.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations. We have a decent number of proclamations today. The second one is presentation of a proclamation to our Pima County Attorney Laura Conover, Virginia Rodriguez, Director of Victim Services, Nicole Vigil, Victim Advocate, and Courthouse Dog Arrow, proclaiming the week of April 6 through April 12, 2025, to be Crime Victims' Rights Week in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and Vice Chair Grijalva will present this proclamation.
Who wants to hold? I can hold here. Is it on? Yes. I'm going to have our county attorney read it. There you go. You go. I'm delegating. It's really shared leadership.
Yeah, putting me right on the spot. We got this.
You got it. You got it.
Absolutely. Proclamation. And this is like me getting to dedicate this to victim services. Whereas crime affects individuals, families, and communities in profound and varied ways, often leaving lasting physical, emotional, and social challenges. And whereas the concept of kinship underscores the connections that build bridges to support services and shared strength among survivors, advocates, and communities. And whereas kinship is the foundation of victim advocacy, inspiring trauma-informed care that meets survivors where they are. And whereas through kinship we build peer networks and community alliances that empower survivors, foster resilience, and offer pathways to healing. And whereas kinship reminds us of the strength that comes from connection, the importance of listening to every voice, and the power we have to create lasting change when we work together. And whereas the People's Office builds on the Victim Services Division history since 1975, of embracing restorative justice practices that prioritize victims' needs, repairs them, rebuilds relationships, and creates spaces for victims to be heard and offenders to acknowledge their actions. And whereas the Victim Services Division of the Pima County Attorney's Office is marking 50 years of providing this support to the victims of crime and establishing a national standard for doing so, now therefore it be resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 6th through April 12th to be Crime Victims' Rights Week in Pima County, reaffirming their gratitude for the victim advocates and volunteers who have provided this vital public service in Pima County for 5 decades. And a continued dedication to building connections, standing in kinship with survivors, and creating a future where healing and hope are within reach for everyone.
Yay. I actually have
Do you have it?
down. Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes. So thank you, Supervisor Grijalva and the Board of Supervisors for this proclamation. I am honored to accept this distinction on behalf of the Pima County Attorney's Office Victim Services Division. The Victim Services Division has been in existence since 1975, and this year marks our 50th anniversary, which makes this gesture even more significant. Our advocates work hard every day in assisting victims of crime in Pima County with the help of our law enforcement, community partners, and stakeholders, helping victims of crime through the criminal justice system as they seek healing and justice, thus a kinship in the work that we share that speaks to the spirit of this year's National Crime Victims' Rights Week theme. The Victim Services Division will continue to strive in fostering that kinship as a dedication to all victims of crime in Pima County. Now I'd like to pass it over to our advocate, Nicole Vigil, and her courthouse horse dog, Arrow.
Good morning, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Nicole. I'm a victim advocate and courthouse dog handler through the Pima County Attorney's Office. And with me today is one of our courthouse dogs, Arrow. And the courthouse dog program has an immense role in being able to provide support to victims and their families as they navigate through the criminal justice system. And as they do that, courthouse dogs and their handlers are responsible for attending court hearings, victim meetings, to provide this support to the individuals and families going through the court process. And what this support looks like is the dogs really being able to provide a layer of extra safety, compassion, empathy, decreased stress, increased ability to speak up during court proceedings to prosecutors and things like that, that they may not otherwise have that extra added layer of support. We also participate in community engagements to be able to educate the public and the community about the amazing work that the courthouse dogs in the program can offer to Pima County. And with that, we're very thankful to Pima County as a whole, County Attorney Laura Conover, and the County Attorney's Office for supporting this program for the community. Thank you.
Very, very briefly, in 1975, Senator Dennis DeConcini was then the Pima County attorney, and he said, I'm going to carve out $48,000 out of my budget, which was a lot in that moment, to build a victim services division, which was considered to be kind of a first in the nation and then was copied. Now, 50 years later, we are doing everything we can to grow from that and pivot to the moment of the day, even though we have prosecuted more domestic violence cases in the last 2 years than we have historically. How do we be a better partner to all of our service providers? How do we lift up the LGBTQIA community, which is data-driven to be at much higher risk? And how do we see them and meet them with their needs? And how do we transform our intake so that we are recognizing tribal members and nation enrolled members to lift up and be a part of the very critical work of murdered and missing Indigenous women and children, all while in the face of losing federal funding. Yes, we can continue to serve, and we will. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Conover. Just as it was nice to see so many people from Development Services, it was great to see so many staff members from the County Attorney's Office. All right. We are now going to move to the addendum. Addendum item number 1, presentation of a proclamation to Sam Miller, Chair, Southern Arizona Chapter of Dark Sky International, proclaiming the week of April 21 through April 28, 2025 to be International Dark Sky Week. I'll move the item.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and Vice Chair Grijalva will be presenting this proclamation as well.
Whereas the aesthetic beauty and wonder of the natural night sky is a shared heritage of all humankind, And whereas the experience of standing beneath a starry night sky inspires feelings of wonder and awe and encourages a growing interest in science and nature, especially among young people and out-of-area visitors within the local communities. And whereas light pollution has scientifically established economic and environmental consequences which result in significant impacts on ecology and human health. And whereas 80% of the world's population, including many people in Pima County, live under a dome of light pollution, excessive artificial lighting at night that disrupts natural darkness, and may never experience the visual wonder or ecological and health benefits of living under a dark sky. And whereas the light pollution represents a waste of natural resources amounting to roughly $3 billion per year of personal, business, tax, and excess energy costs in the United States and contributes to diminished energy security. And whereas Arizona hosts 10% of the world's largest telescopes, including those in our area, the Fred Lawrence Whipple Observatory, University of Arizona's MMT Observatory, and the Large Binocular Telescope Observatory, Kitt Peak National Observatory, and Vatican Observatory. And whereas optical astronomy, which is both hindered and endangered by unfettered light pollution, represents a statewide capital investment of more than $1.3 billion and an annual economic return of over $250 million, including an indirect attachment to more than 150,000 jobs through aerospace and defense sector. And whereas Dark Sky International, headquartered in Tucson, is a globally recognized authority on light pollution, it uses International Dark Sky Week to raise awareness of light pollution and provide free education, resources, and solutions to the public and to encourage the protection of and enjoyment of dark skies and responsible outdoor lighting. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 21 through April 28, 2025 to be International Dark Sky Week and encourages each resident of Pima County to observe and ponder this important week and also to raise awareness and support for protecting our precious dark sky resources. Passed and adopted this day, April 1, 2025. Thank you.
Since we stay up all night for taking photos and collecting data on the night sky and the universe, I think many of my colleagues are sleeping in this morning. But on behalf of Dark Sky International, particularly our Southern Arizona chapter, the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association, all of the astronomy clubs throughout the county, and those of us who just enjoy walking out in the evening and looking up at the beauty of the heavens, we want to thank the Board of Supervisors for declaring April 21st through the 28th as International Dark Sky Week. And by the way, we joined 6 continents and 2,200 of my colleagues throughout the world in that effort to draw awareness to the fact that light pollution is kind of winning the battle. Over Tucson, we have a sky glow that prevents us from walking out and seeing the beauty of the night sky in its totality. And we're concerned that if that grows, many of our younger generation will not be able to see the sky as we do today, unfortunately. So on behalf of our folks who stay up all night, we want to thank you for declaring International Dark Sky Week here in Pima County so that others may become more aware, study the night sky, and take advantage of the beauty of the night sky and what it has to offer, particularly our younger generation. Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, continuing on the regular agenda, item number 2, presentation of a proclamation to Amy Morales-Baum and Jamie Jacobs, Regional Directors, Jessica Harrington, Senior Regional Director, Matthew Vervillo, Program Coordination Specialist, Chinna Garza and Rose Hatab, Community Engagement Coordinators, all from First Things First, Ashley Barbera, Executive Director, and Diana Hill, Vice President of Advocacy, Southern Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children, proclaiming the week of April 5 through April 11, 2025 to be Week of the Young Child. I will move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and I get to present this proclamation. So if we could have our guests join us at the front.
Hey, welcome back.
Okay, you get the whole. All right.
I should stay there. I'll stay on this side.
Very honored to present this proclamation and looking forward to the events this Sunday at the Children's Museum. Whereas all of Arizona's children deserve access to quality early care and child and education environments, and whereas quality child care programs build children's lifelong learning skills during the critical years from birth to age 5. And whereas ECE teachers and child care providers are the essential workforce that helps Arizona parents get to work or school. And whereas funding quality child care is a smart investment that improves family well-being, strengthens communities, and grows our state's prosperity. And whereas first things first, Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children, Southern Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children, and other community organizations in conjunction with the National Association for the Education of Young Children are celebrating the 54th anniversary of the Week of the Young Child. And whereas these organizations are working to improve equitable early childhood opportunities that provide a strong start for children in Pima County, and whereas public policies that support ECE for Arizona's youngest learners help our families, communities, and the economy thrive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 5 through April 11, 2025 to be Week of the Young Child 2025, and encourage all citizens to support and invest in early care and education in our community. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you for your hard work on behalf of our kids. Who is your spokesperson or spokespeople? Ms. Harrington.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and Pima County Board of Supervisors and County Administrator Lesher. I'm Jessica Harrington. I'm the Senior Regional Director of the Southeast area with First Things First, and I'm elated to represent fellow early childhood colleagues and advocates joining us here today, and so many in our community who are right now in the field working hard, who are deeply committed to creating a family-centered, high-quality early childhood system that supports the development, the well-being, health, and education of all Arizona's young children birth to 5. We are tenacious and we are driven in our work, as research shows that by age 5, 90% of a child's brain is developed. First Things First is Arizona's early childhood agency, and we are committed to the healthy development and learning of our young children from birth to age 5. In Pima County, we have 4 of the 28 regional partnership councils, marking the northern and southern regions of Pima County, as well as 2 regional councils representing the Pascoyaqui tribe, as well as another regional council that represents the Tana O'odham Nation. These regional partnership councils are comprised of local community leaders making local decisions for their local young children, and that translates into $18.8 million in this current state fiscal year alone. In particular, we are elated to be in lockstep with the Southern Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children, an organization that is working hard to support high-quality early education for young children, as well as supporting high-quality professional development for its members, who are early childhood educators, and they serve as our local affiliate for the National Association for the Education of Young Children. On behalf of the almost 68,000 young children birth to 5 in Pima County, we express our appreciation for proclaiming the Week of the Young Child. Thank you for recognizing the critical importance of the development and education of our youngest community members, and we appreciate your partnership and leadership in our shared vision of seeing more young children having access to more high-quality early care and education. This has been clearly evidenced by the strong commitment you have garnered in supporting young children through myriad programs supporting the health and well-being of young children and their families, and most notably, the Pima County Early Education Program, or PEEPS, which we are incredibly proud to partner with you on ensuring more young children have access to high-quality early learning throughout all of Pima County. The early years are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shape a child's future. Together, we recognize how the influence of strong communities can support a child's trajectory in learning and feeling a sense of place. Thank you, Chair Scott and Pima County Board of Supervisors, for your leadership, service, and commitment to all of Pima County, including our youngest members. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you all so much. Continuing on the regular agenda, presentation of a proclamation to Anissa Taylor, Epidemiology, Monica Nicholas, Women, Infants, and Children's Supplemental Food Program, Cameron Grott, Consumer Health and Food Safety, and AJ Velde, Training Business Operations, Pima County Health Department, proclaiming the week of April 7 through April 13, 2025 to be National Public Health Week. I will move the item. Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and Supervisor Allen will present this proclamation.
I would like the honor of holding. Whereas Pima County and the state of Arizona are committed to prioritizing the health and quality of life of our constituents through prevention, partnership, surveillance, and response in alignment with national efforts to address public health challenges. And whereas, for 30 years during the first full week of April, the American Public Health Association unifies communities through the development of national campaigns to educate the public about improving our nation's state of health. And whereas the resilience of public health systems, bolstered by a dedicated workforce, is essential for adapting to emerging health challenges, safeguarding public health, and ensuring a sustainable healthcare future for all Americans. And whereas public health workers in states and communities across the country play crucial roles in ensuring that all Americans have the opportunity to be healthy people living in healthy communities in a healthy world. And whereas public health professionals strive to ensure equitable access to health care and work to reduce health disparities, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the opportunity to live healthy lives in thriving communities. And whereas acknowledging that public health activities protect Americans from infectious diseases, environmental health threats, workplace hazards, chronic diseases, unintentional injuries, and violence. And whereas the aid provided cited globally by public health workers in times of natural disasters and other catastrophic events merits recognition. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 7th through April 13th, 2025 to be National Public Health Week, and calls upon all federal, state, and local public health agencies, as well as private organizations, educational institutions, and community leaders to unite in efforts to celebrate, engage, and promote public health initiatives that empower our communities and foster a healthier future for all. Passed and adopted this first day of April, 2025. So congratulations. Thank you.
I will be brief. I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors. It's an honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of the dedicated public health professionals who serve our community with the goal of making Pima County a healthier place for all of our community. So that includes everyone. Thank you.
Right, we're grateful to receive this proclamation. Health is about so much more than your doctor and a patient. It's in our communities. It's in how safe we feel to leave our door every day. No matter how you identify, who your family is, what language you speak, how much money you have, everyone deserves to have the opportunities to live their healthiest life. Thank you to county leadership and to the residents of Pima County for supporting our public health work as we continue to do our best to support you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's an honor to receive this proclamation here on behalf of our department, and it's nice to be appreciated for what we do in our commitment to keep the public safe and healthy, basically.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, and our final proclamation also on the addendum. I don't believe two of our presenters are here because they are doing their jobs up in Phoenix. Yeah. Presentation of a proclamation to Nancy Gutierrez and Chris Mathis, Arizona State Representatives, Dr. Stephen Dahmer, Director, Andrew Wiles Center for Integrative Medicine, and Ricardo Andre Pereda San Nicolas, proclaiming the month of April 2025 to be Arizona Garden Month. I will move the item.
I will second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and Supervisor Allen will also present this proclamation.
Oh. Whereas Arizona's rich agricultural history and vibrant ecosystems make this an ideal way to celebrate the vital connections between our environment, health, and communities. And whereas Arizona's gardening culture is deeply rooted in this tradition, tracing back over 4,000 years to the early agricultural practices along the Santa Cruz River. And whereas gardening can be part of the solution to some problems many are facing in developing new community gardens can be a healthy remedy for the food deserts scattered around our primarily low-income areas. And whereas gardening brings together families and community neighbors of all ages, enhancing human social interaction in a positive way. Gardening also is fun and invigorating, as well as a source of healthy food and attractive flowers. And whereas wildlife habitat gardening promotes the use of native plants to support the needs of wild animals, especially pollinators such as bees, butterflies, bats, and birds. And whereas insects, especially caterpillars and pollinators, are critical to the foundations of ecology and our food web. And whereas gardening is an activity that provides people opportunities to discover and explore the ecological processes necessary for plants to grow and life to thrive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of April 2025 to be Arizona Garden Month, and encourages all in our community to observe this month by exploring the many community gardens here in Pima County and embracing gardening practices at home. Passed and adopted this first day of April 2025.
Hello, my friends call me Rico. I'm born and raised in Tucson. Thank you for having me. When I was told there was a mic being passed, I didn't have anything to say other than thank you. But then something happened, and now I need to say something, so please bear with me. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting and for allowing me to address you regarding the mental health and well-being benefits of gardening. First, though, this being April Fool's Day, I need to tell you about how I ended up in the garden. In 2003, a group of fools came together under the flag of our nation to take the fight to our enemies. Throughout their deployment, this group grew from fools to men to brothers. When it was all said and done, they went their separate ways. This one found himself in the garden. Where the wild things are. Over time, I discovered many of us went the same route. Our spirits know. It understands our needs. Yesterday, I woke up happy. Our governor just proclaimed April Arizona Garden Month. First thing in the morning, I got a call from my brothers wanting to hang out and catch up. We ended up talking about art, photography, love, marriage, our pets, some politics, and ended with a tour of our friend's garden. He was so proud of his peach tree that survived a tornado, excited about his new compost system, and identified several upcoming projects he was looking forward to. And then we broke it off, but not before telling each other we loved with the others. Last night I got a call from another member of our group. My friend, our brother, who we had just talked to, suffered a catastrophic heart attack while in his garden. I was stunned. I still am. I'm heartbroken. We all are. I bring this up for a number of reasons. First and foremost, I want to tell you briefly about an amazing man who meant a lot to me. But I also want to highlight how he died. Not the heart attack or what caused it. The fact that this man survived 2 combat tours to Iraq, retired from the Army, and went on to become a vital part of his hometown. He died in his garden with someone he loves next to him. He didn't kill himself like so many others who never found their release. Obviously, for me now, celebrating April's Garden Month has taken on a much more personal aspect. Thank you for highlighting an activity that is healthy, that brings people together, and produces joy, beautiful memories, and abundance. Rest easy, Sergeant First Class Travis Watkins. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We're now going to move on to call to the public, and I will read our rules and regulations. Citizens attending meetings shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the Sergeant-at-Arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We have 14 speakers, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. Our first 3 speakers in this order are Gisela Aaron, Lori Moore, and Anastasia Sasakis. Ms. Aaron. Good morning.
Proclamation of Liberation Day. Whereas we the people question some of the Pima County board members' loyalty to the United States, you have sworn an oath of allegiance to America that you will support the U.S. Constitution and the laws of the United States. Whereas you have endangered America's safety for the benefit of the United Nations interference in sovereignty of our country. Whereas you have made reckless financial decisions that will bankrupt Pima County with your unfettered spending, and we have warned you for many years. Whereas we the people are negatively affected by crime perpetrated by the border invasion, often leaving lasting physical, emotional, and social devastation behind. Whereas the people in Pima County are left behind to clean up Ms. Grijalva's financial burden and mess. Whereas Adelita's friends, family, and communist connections infiltrate every position in local government, every service, every well-paid community job, but not for most people in Pima County. Whereas Pima County Health Department, including Drs. Cullen and Hines, have failed us and despite their awful pandemic management, we have survived and found alternatives to healing, whereas Pima County Attorney Laura Conover has neglected to keep us safe, colluding publicly with some of the board members, Ms. Grijalva, the Mayor Romero, your cousin, the Sheriff Nanos, by violating existing immigration laws that would safeguard Pima County, whereas the people hereby accuse you of aiding and abetting the foreign border invasion. You are endangering us with crimes perpetrated by the illegals, by allowing drugs to pour in, and by subjecting us to disease that no longer exists in the U.S. May God have mercy on you. And I'm thereby be it resolved that today in Pima County, we proclaim this week, April 125, to be Liberation Week. Thank you.
Ms. Moore?
My name is Laurie Moore. I'm a heterosexual. I have never introduced myself like that before, mostly because it's nobody's business. But apparently how one identifies sexually gets you a nifty framed proclamation. At the last meeting, Supervisor Allen presented a proclamation to a group that identifies as transgender and then declared March 31st Transgender Day. We are one nation under God. So that should save you a lot of money by not having to marginalize people into subcategories. But you did it anyway. There is no limit to the gimmicks Democrats use with marginalized people. It was embarrassing and predictable to witness. But then it dawned on me, what the heck? I might like a framed proclamation. Heterosexuals want to have fun too. My group doesn't get a parade or an alphabet letter or a stripe on a flag, but Heterosexual Day in Pima County would be kind of DEI, right? I can't speak for all the heterosexuals in the viewing audience on March 18th, but I was made to feel less than, even dare I say, discriminated against. After all, if it weren't for heterosexuals, there would be no transgenders or any population to draw alternative letters from. Heterosexuals are a group behind the sustainment of the population. Yet there is no formal acknowledgement of that on the left. But you can change all that. It's pretty obvious the party that screams about all the phobics and isms is actually the party that causes them all. So that being said, I'm kindly requesting of this board, in order for you not to be accused of discrimination, that you have in the very near future a proclamation declaring Heterosexual Day. The month of May works well for me. In the spirit of being inclusive and equitable, and since you are interested in wasting time and taxpayer money, I feel it necessary, appropriate, and now mandatory to have a heterosexual day. In addition, to save this board from being sued for discriminatory practices and accuse you of being heterophobic, my friends and I will gladly accept the award next month. I look forward to your presentation, so please add this request to your agenda. Thank you.
Ms. Sasakis?
So I'm here today because I'm speaking on behalf of my precinct and my legislative district members in my area, District 4, where Mr. Christie is very handily representing us here. Our concern is forthcoming, and it has been coming for a long time. There has been talk by the Tucson City Council of basically setting up encampments in every one of our parks. And for as much as I hear people here who love the beauty of our parks, we enjoy our parks, our kids use them for their soccer practice, their baseball practice, and they do have birthday parties there. They have all kinds of different celebrations there, graduation day celebrations, and I think it's extremely, extremely egregious, and that's why I'm here today. I'm warning you. You cannot even think to consider this. We need to preserve our parks for the people of Pima County, not as residences and false residences of the homeless population. I think that would be very egregious. It's dangerous. There would be, as we've already witnessed in a lot of our parks, a lot of people can't even go to the parks down here in Tucson right now because there's too much fecal matter. There's needles. There's used condoms. There's all kinds of disgusting things there. It's not even healthy, it's not safe, and it's not warranted. I think it's absolutely egregious for Tucson City Council to even think they can do that. They're thinking of moving one into a Purple Heart Park. I think that's gross. I think that's terrible. And we have to pay for permits. Everybody here knows that. Anyone who's ever used one of our parks has had to get a permit, pay for it, just to use one of the ramadas or two ramadas to have our celebrations or our meetings or our gatherings or whatever it happens to be. I don't think that's right. And it's not ethical, it's not safe, and certainly it's not healthy. We talked a lot about health today. This is not healthy for us as a community, and I don't know about you, but I've been driving down Alvernon to go to, down by Swan by the Air Force Base, and that homeless encampment in the Wash is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and they now have generators where they have electricity for themselves. At what point is any of you or the Tucson City Council going to say enough is enough, and we need to utilize the over 20 services that we have at our disposal? Run those people to the services. Do not just enable them and put them in our parks. It's not warranted. We need those parks for our use. And if they're going to continue to go that route, and if you even think you're going to go that route, then you may as well stop charging for the permits because no one's going to pay for them.
All right, our next three speakers in this order, Joseph LaSalve, Phineas Anderson, and Robert Royce.
Good morning. My name is Joe LaSalvia. I'm a resident of Pima County District 2. I come before you today to continue my chronicle of an animal noise complaint which has been going on for 11 months. As you may recall from my November address, a resident living near my home harbors several dogs which are abandoned outside all day and all night, in the freezing rain and the blistering sun. The dogs are in apparent distress, fight amongst each other with sometimes lethal outcomes, if we can show my documents on the screen, please, and frequently bark audibly beyond the property line. The barking is loud and frequent enough to repeatedly wake me from sleep every night and to render me unable to focus or enjoy my residence during the day. Though I have suffered under these conditions only over the 1 year since moving to my residence, my neighbors tell me this has been an ongoing issue with these same animal owners for over 2 decades, with numerous unaddressed complaints over that period. See this warrant from 2005 and another from 2018. The Pima Animal Care Center has done nothing. I'm in my 20s, previously healthy, but a whole year of this relentless onslaught of noise has wrecked my mental and physical health. I am now suffering from cardiac problems, depression, panic attacks, and morbid ideation. I have indicated as much in my communications with PAC, but my problems were belittled and ultimately ignored. This travesty does not affect me and my neighborhood alone. This is a whole community issue. Noise drives down property values and is punitive to the local business operations of the nearby apartment complex. If me and my neighbors are poorly rested, it affects productivity at our jobs, and it endangers lives every time we get behind the wheel. PAC's ongoing failure to enforce animal ordinances has left me with no choice but to move, at significant personal expense to me. I am being forced out of my own home. Unfortunately, my account is far from unique. Unmitigated noise is an endemic problem across the county. I conclude that the leadership of this county has demonstrably failed to educate local dog owners about proper canine socialization. It has failed to screen out problematic owners. And finally, it has passed flaccid noise ordinances, which are ineffective and completely unenforceable. The consequences of these failures, to humankind and canine kind alike, are manifold and self-evident. To protect public health and the safety of our community, I call for a full audit and accounting of the Pima Animal Care Center, their civil complaints process, and what exactly is being done with their $5 million annual budget. I will be available after this meeting to continue discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaSalvia. Mr. Anderson.
Hi, everybody. My name is Phineas Anderson. My wife, Mitchell Anderson, is behind me. Starting on February 7th, we organized the first Tesla protest in the nation with 54 people. We've now organized 6 of those. We're unaffiliated. We're not attached to any party or organization. We're just doing it ourselves. The last one we had last Friday, we went from 54 to 1,916 protesters at Oracle and at River. So I hope, as we were the first to do this in the nation, we hope that you as a city council will be the first in the nation to pass this proclamation. No executive overreach, supporting the United States Constitution, defending our democracy is the subtitle of this proclamation. Whereas the Pima County Board of Supervisors of Tucson, Arizona, believes nothing is more sacred to our democracy than the U.S. Constitution. Whereas the Pima County Board of Supervisors feels an essential part of the Constitution are the first 3 articles establishing the 3, quote, separate but equal branches of the United States government. Whereas the Pima County Board of Supervisors has witnessed the consolidation of power in the executive branch by the current president through the following actions. The revocation of birthright citizenship, freezing of federal spending approved by Congress, shuttering of federal agencies, generally demonstrating a pattern of usurping the duties of the legislative branch, violating the process of civil service protections for federal employees and other persons, detaining and deporting people based on political views, disobeying judicial mandates, politicizing law enforcement and the military, chilling debate by threatening legislators not loyal to him, and generally expressing contempt for the separation of powers, freedom of speech, and the rule of all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors believe that those elected to office have a duty to protect the Constitution and must act with urgency. So thereby be resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors strongly urges the United States Congressional Delegation of the State of Arizona to take the lead in pressing their colleagues to stand up and reclaim their constitutional duty to be equal partners in the running of the United States government and work hand in hand with the judicial branch to see that the Constitution is not trespassed upon by the executive branch. open that to your consideration for the next hearing. For your
Thank you,
next
Mr.
meeting.
Anderson. Mr. Royce.
I actually prepared a presentation, but I didn't sleep last night, so I'm just going to kind of fake it. Sorry about your father. I'm going through the same thing. My older brother just unexpectedly dropped dead in his yard. So I'm having to deal with the shock. And I've got to tie up the loose ends of his life, so I may miss a few meetings this year. There are, I'm counting 28 candidates running for your father's position. There's 14 Democrats and 10 Republicans and 2 Libertarians and 1 Green and 1 Independent. And everybody gets brave when it's an open seat. When I ran for Congress in 1984, I was the only Democrat that had the spine to stand up to a established, entrenched Republican, and I was proud of that then and proud of it now. Unfortunately, I'm too old to run for a federal office at this point. The sun would melt me. Literally. Not to mention 5,000 miles a week on an airplane. Forget that. Last time I checked, 2 weeks ago, the approval rating of the Democratic Party was down to 27%, which I find very scary, having my Jeffersonian and civil rights and human rights totally dependent on a fading party that has lost its sense of purpose. We need to restore the original. I mean, if the Democratic Party is going to be in any shape to protect our rights, we need to restore the original purpose of the party, which has long been forgotten. And Mr. Jefferson and Mr. Madison went out on that summer vacation on horseback and came back and began the process of founding a new party based on principles. If any of the Democrats want to run as a full-blown Jeffersonian, I will manage the campaign. If somebody has the spine to lay down Jefferson's wise and frugal government as the foundation of our new prosperity, and anyone who will do what has never done before and honor the sacred principle, open the umbrella out to its full size, so that we will all be protected, everyone will be protected from the meteorites of other people's intolerance. Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Bart Berlin, Ricardo Pareda, and Ana Karina Rodriguez. Mr. Berlin?
Thank you. I'm here to support the Sonoran Desert proposal to acquire the item 30. I've been a longtime volunteer with the Catalina State Park, and I can assure you that it's a wonderful, amazing place to be. And the rangers are just incredible, and whatever they do, they'll take good care of that. And I've been on the volunteer trail maintenance crew for about 5 years, and last year I was able to spend 6 months as a campground host, which was just one of the best experiences of my life, mainly because getting to work with the rangers. They are wonderful stewards of the park there, and however you do with that, they're going to do great. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berlin. Mr. Pareda, I think that was the gentleman who addressed us when we read the Arizona Garden Month proclamation, but he also submitted a card. Okay. Ms. Rodriguez.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Supervisor Adelita Grijalva. We're all here to recognize and say thank you for your stepping up to fill in the seat as supervisor during a time of COVID. I'm not even going to read what I wrote because this comes from the heart. We're all here to say thank you for continuing to step up for our community. Thank you because you have stepped up in several times when it's the hardest time to step up. In COVID, when our late Richard Elias passed, que paz descansa, you know, it was a big step, and we asked you, and we knew that you would be the one, and we're just so thankful that you continue to step up in these times, and also during this time of the passing of Congressman Raúl Grijalva. You know, rest in peace, que presente, aquí está, and we're going to continue to honor him, honor you. We want to say thank you de todo corazón for stepping up. We know this is your last supervisor meeting. You know, we were texting at 10 p.m. We have to go see her, y aquí estamos, la Eva. Oh, look, perfect timing. And so we just wanted to thank you and honor you for continuing to step up for our community, especially right now when it's so difficult, but know that we have your back. Aquí estamos, you've been there for us as well, and you know that the community, you know, whatever they say, we know the real truth. We know that you come from a good place, from a good heart, from a good family, with good values and good virtues, and we know that you're going to represent us to the fullest of your, you know, with the biggest heart that you have for the community. So we just wanted to say thank you. I'm going to pass the mic so everyone can say something.
Adelita, I know you since you were a toddler, and yes, I was your preschool teacher. So I believed in early education, and you did wonderful. You're quite the student to have. I'm here on behalf of Pima Area Labor Federation. I'm the chair, and I want to thank you. It comes from the 24 different affiliates we have in Pima County for always being there for us, whether we are bargaining a contract, whether we're protesting, whether we're on strike with the ASARCO. You were there constantly, and we really appreciate that. And also for the fact that you actually believe in labor, you bring labor, you actually value labor, and that's what we need in our community. You know, the state of Arizona would be so different if we didn't have the right to work for state, because it's really a right to work for less instead of a right to work for a living wage. So thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Cecilia.
Yay. Eva, you want to say something?
Yes.
So.
Just really quick, I didn't think I'd make it in time, so I don't have anything written down, but just really quick, I just want to thank you for everything that you have done. When you got into that seat, you hit it running. There were so many obstacles, so many things happening in the city that we were really struggling with, including, you know, our health and all those issues, and so I just want to thank you.
1 second. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we're going to extend the time because we have another card that was filled in by Ms. Garcia.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Please continue, ma'am.
Thank you. So I just want to thank you for doing that, for coming and hitting it running and doing everything that you have done for us through, you know, as far as the county is concerned, the city of Tucson, and the state, because I know that you've done quite a bit throughout. You know, you have protected us and saved us in so many different ways, in so many different areas. Immigration, the economy, the environment, you know, everything that has already been said. You have done so much for us, and I really, truly appreciate everything that you've done for us, and all of us do. And I know that your next journey is going to be just as powerful. You're going to be able to touch a lot of people and a lot of our lands here in the United States. And I'm really excited and proud of you, and proud of what you have, and proud who you are, and your morals and your ethics are going to take us so far, because look at what you've done so far here, and as a school board member, you know, yay, education. So thank you so very much.
Yay.
Well, I'm with a great crowd, but I really came on behalf of Las Comadres today. I was not going to cry, and Rico made me cry, so I'm going to try not to cry, and I have nothing prepared, obviously. But I know that my father fought hard for representation on these boards. Hector Morales, all of those, and your father took him to the Pickwick Inn where they didn't let blacks and Mexicans in. And then I saw you grow up. The comadres saw you grow up. We were camaradas of your dad and, of course, of your mom. She's my best friend, but we were camaradas of your dad. I looked up his first picture when he was sworn in. And the background was El Tiradito with us denouncing the brutality at the border. And so we're so proud of your father. And all of this happened really fast, but that's life, mija. And so now we know that you will fill his shoes because you were raised with all of the same people in the same barrio that my mom died in, the same barrio. A congressman who lived in the same barrio, I don't think there's another. And so, of course, this is a big thank you to your dad more than anything, but also because your mom and dad produced you, not just biologically, but politically. And so we thank you for the time you were here on this board. Thank you. We love you.
Thank you.
Steve. You have a Steve card.
Yeah, I have a quick comment.
We'll make it faster.
My name is Steve Valencia. I represent the Arizona Jobs with Justice Coalition. And I got to tell you that we're at a historical moment, and I am so proud to be here. I'm going to cry too. I'm here to salute Adelita for her work. I'm sorry, I can't do this.
Sí se puede, sí se puede.
Anyway, I think that we have a big struggle ahead of us in this country, and I think that people like Adelita is ready for the job. It's going to be very difficult, but I'd like to offer this collective here to go with you and be with you in your thoughts and in your heart. And I know that Pima County is probably it's the most progressive area in the state of Arizona. And the reason is because of hardworking people that are here on this board, and especially I'm part of the Grijalva Vista network, and I will be for the remainder of my life, I think. And I just wanted to say thank you so much, Adelita, for all your work. Oh my goodness, 12 years, I guess, on the board of governing board. And done a lot to diversify the board itself too, and did so much for preschool. All of the assistance that you gave to developing preschool education, quality education for all students. So anyway, I know that you come from a very strong political family, and I just can't say any more than to congratulate you for your work. And that would like to be with you on this journey. Thank you so much.
One more.
Mr. Valdez did.
Okay, I'll make this short and sweet. I'm just going to say, being a TUSD parent myself, I just wanted to say thank you for your time on the TUSD board. That kind of impact creates a domino effect for others to be in leadership on the board, and I'm really appreciative of your time, and we're here with you. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you all.
Adelita, muchas gracias por todo lo que haces. I'm gonna cry too. Thank you for all your work. You're amazing, and I'm here for you, and we are here for you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And just for the record, we did have 3 speaker cards that were completed. So thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we had 4? What's the other one? Okay. All right. Okay, Caroline. Okay, our next 3 speakers, Carolyn Campbell, And I apologize if I don't pronounce this next name correctly. Jeannie Coliani? Did I do okay? Coliani. I had it the first time. All right. And Amy Lawrenson. Ms. Campbell? Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, in the words of my very first boss ever, wise words, Congressman Mo Udall, everything's been said, but not everybody has said it yet. So I just wanted to thank you, muchas gracias, for stepping up like you did since you've been here, and wish you the best in your endeavors in the future. And it's been wonderful working with you, Supervisor Grijalva. And I am going to also mention that I'm not going to cry. So that's all I really wanted to say was thank you. Thank you for everything. It's been an honor to work with you and have you follow in the footsteps first of Supervisor Raul Grijalva and then Richard Elias, both really good friends of mine. So thank you. I also have another reason to be here because item 30 is not a public hearing. And I just want to thank the county staff and thank the board and hope that you will approve the acquisition today of Kelly Ranch, AKA Desert Springs. We have had, it's a long history with that property that was on the 2004 open space bond. It was an Oro Valley request. And then it was also an attempt, we thwarted an attempt for a really heavy development, which was way too many houses, way too close to the park. So I'm so pleased to support that here today. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Coliani?
Good morning. I'd like to add my condolences to Supervisor Grijalva and also my appreciation for your courage to step up to fill your father's big shoes there in Congress. My name's Jeannie Coliani, and I'm representing the Friends of Catalina State Park. There's several of us here that are supporting the agenda item number 30 to acquire Kelly Ranch, the Desert Springs subdivision. We feel that it would be a meaningful contribution to the nature, to the animal life of our state, and being adjacent to the park would just extend this wildlife corridor. And so I just want to represent our group in saying that we strongly support the acquisition of this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lawrenson?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here on behalf of Tim Lux, who couldn't be with us today, and I'm willing to read his statement. I was unable to attend today due to a doctor's appointment, so Adelina has resigned. This is the best news Pima County could ever have. Last night, I contemplated what her legacy will be. In my world, her legacy is illegally allowing people crossing the border 52.6 million we might not receive, a continued erosion of the very fabric of our republic, helping to destroy an entire generation of people, of children in the TUSD by pushing the DEI agenda and much, much more. Should she win her father's seat, likely we will see her lockstep with the likes of Ilhan Omar, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, and other hardcore left-wingers. We know she's a member of the Communist Party. We know she was taught Sal Alinsky's tactics by her father. The best thing, though, is the upcoming battle between Grijalva and Hernandez. He says he thinks he'll go to Costco, get a case of popcorn, and enjoy the show. Thank you.
We have three more speakers in this order. Christina McVie, David Higuera, and Melissa Tucio.
Good morning. It's been a while since I had the privilege and the honor of addressing the board. So it is a great privilege for me to be here. I came initially to speak in behalf of the adoption and the approval of the purchase of the Kelly Ranch. I was on the committee that vetted it for the 2004 bond. And I can't think of a better contribution to the regional wildlife connection that we have identified as being the single most stressed, which was Oracle Road, and the Anday wildlife crossing structures that we have invested so heavily in. And I want to thank the board for their careful consideration of that as we protect public health and safety with these wildlife crossing structures and fencing, while we also enable our ecosystem to thrive. And of course, I could not come today. Even I had to change my dental appointment, so I was going to duck out. Okay, I really wasn't going to show up anyway, but mija, I had to come. So, you know, I met your dad in 1968 when we were organizing in college, and I am a Grijalvista for life. But I didn't know you well when you came onto the board. And you set an example for all board members in the way that you set up a strategic planning process for your district. And it was really refreshing to me, having lived here for so many decades, I could be your mother, to see someone take that approach. And you have continued to take that approach. And I respect that, and I am very grateful for your model. And I am grateful for your integrity and your bravery and your courage. And for all of you on the dais to have to listen to some of the things you listen to is shocking to me. So thank you all for your service. And mija, I'm with you 100%. Ándale pues.
Mr. Higuera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I just wanted to take an opportunity, I'm a Tucson resident, to note that this very important report came out yesterday, and I want to highlight some key top findings. This is the Pima County Community Health Needs Assessment that was just delivered yesterday. And in terms of top line findings that I think are really important for all of us to wrap our heads around, there's one mental health provider for every 440 residents in our community. Almost 1 in 10 adults have a diabetes diagnosis. Opioid overdose deaths increased by 202% between 2016 and 2023. 1 in 2 adults over 65 in our community have a high social isolation risk score. 1 in 3 8th graders was picked on or bullied in the school year 2022-23. Nearly 1 in 3 households spends more than 30% of their income on housing, which means, of course, they're housing cost burdened. 1 in 10 people experience food insecurity in our community. Almost 9 in 10 people in our community, and this is a high point, report having adequate access to locations for physical activity. And another high point, from 2011 to 2019, new diabetes diagnoses decreased in our community by 46%, which is a testament to what public health does. So there's nothing, I believe, that's left-wing or radical about investing in the health and well-being of our community, and I thank you guys for continuing to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Higuera. Ms. Tucio.
Good morning. So I did write something, but it's kind of scratch. Is this better? Okay. Okay, so good morning. My name is Melissa. I live in District 1. I'm a Tucson native. As much as I want to talk about, I'm just going to kind of stick to really community matters. I feel like having some expectations towards the homeless population may sound harsh, However, if proposed with incentives, could be beneficial, not just for saving money, but for not saving money and resources, but creating a whole new system could really help change the dynamics of not just the problem, but how our community can move forward once we stop ignoring the problem as well as trying something different. We're all in such a rapidly evolving time right now. So as like technology and everything continues to advance around us, it would make sense to kind of upgrade how we are treating our streets as well. So this would require, God forbid, some real estate to be released to the public to serve something as like a hostel, a shelter, like a genuine nonprofit where people can go and instead of expecting everything for free, they could get vouchers for beds or meals by cleaning up the streets, you know, if they are able to do some things for Tucson, then, you know, they can have some space, a bed to sleep at. What is that, a minute left? So I also go to the transfer station every now and then, and it's close to Saddlebrook, and I am amazed by the things that gets thrown away constantly, like brand new items. So I also was considering if we could put shipping containers, like a donation site, put those at the transfer station to give people the option to donate their things instead of throwing it away. And those items could go to the shelter, and the shelter could serve as an address for people to use when, or if they're ready to work. They can volunteer at that place, you know, like as a store setting too. It's kind of like the Tyler build.
Thank you, Ms. Tucio.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. At this point, I'm going to close call to the public. I do? Oh, all right. Do we have more speaker cards? Okay. Yes.
Hi. I just want to say thank you to Board of Supervisors, to all of you, and Adelita on your journey. I commend you and will support everything. I'm also an AFSCME retiree and a Pima County 32-year employee that retired. So I just want to have this opportunity. Thank you for everything, and your journey will be there with you. And thank you, Board of Supervisors, for everything that you all do.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you. Was that our last card? All right. Thank you all very much for coming in today. Now going to close the call to the public and ask my colleagues if they would like to ask staff to follow up on any matter or respond to a criticism. Would appreciate it, Ms. Lesher, if we could have somebody from our team follow up with the gentleman who had the concerns about Pima Animal Care Center. Thank you. All right, we had delayed our time certain executive session matter. We're going to move to that shortly, but before we do that, I'm going to move to item number 30 because we have a significant number of community members who are here for that. And just so everybody knows, after executive session, I'm going to move right into our hearings. Item number 30, Sun Chase Estrella Limited Partnership to provide for acquisition agreement 1237 to acquire the Desert Springs subdivision, AKA Kelly Ranch. I will proudly move the item.
I will second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Grijalva and then Supervisor
He can
Christie.
go ahead and go first.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Christie.
Looking at the background
that was provided us where the property, the Kelly subdivision is. It's right on Oracle. And right across the street from Oracle, on Oracle, is a very busy retail, commercial center that has been there for a long time. And it seems to me that this property is not being properly utilized, particularly when we have the state park right adjacent to it. We have the park and recreation area there. This property, I think, for the best and most beneficial use for it, should be turned over to the private sector for development. And we're complaining about economic opportunities being so limited in Pima County. We're talking about housing issues being so limited in Pima County. And here we're going to take a large piece of property off the tax rolls. We're also on this board worried about the future of our budget and elements that could threaten it. Here's an opportunity to turn that piece of property into a private equity or commercial, general retail, or residential area that could be developed in an area that's already developed very heavily with those categories of use. And it would be, I think, a travesty to take this property off the tax rolls and away from any opportunity to develop it for the growth of our tax base, for the growth of jobs, for the growth of economic development. We're not hurting for open spaces. We're not hurting for environmental areas and recreational opportunities. We've got the Catalina State Park right there. So it's I think, a missed opportunity if we take this away from the economic realities that it could be, and that when you have areas just adjacent to it that are heavily commercialized, what is the threat to having any more property within a street distance, having more commercial enterprises? The ability to afford for jobs, for tax bases, for economic development that we're all so interested in, or at least we talk about it. And here we've got a perfect opportunity, and we're taking it away from that opportunity. It makes no sense to utilize this property in the manner that it is, because it's not threatening any recreation, it's not threatening any environmental issues, and it's certainly not conducive in a manner that can provide affordable jobs for folks to have the opportunity to pursue in a commercial or general retail area. So I'm opposed to this, and I think that the county should look at a economic impact on this, what we will be missing if it's taken away from an opportunity to be developed. So I am urging my colleagues who speak very strongly about pro-jobs, pro-business, pro-economic development. And here's an opportunity for all of that to be realized and to be justified, and we're taking it away when there's already recreational and environmental opportunities right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Grijalva.
Yes, thank you. I am very proud to vote in favor of this acquisition. It's almost 109 acres. It's going to abut right up to Catalina State Park, which I think is a perfect location to continue to extend what the goals were of the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan, which is essentially we want to ensure that there is a wildlife corridor, that there is protection. And if we're talking just, I'm never talking just money, but let's say if we're going to be talking about that, you look at the number of people that come to our beautiful Sonoran Desert to enjoy what is not available anywhere else. That is a huge economic engine. And sitting on, the Visit Tucson board, that is an across the board, nonpartisan request, is that we want to continue to preserve these areas. And so I think that on my last meeting on this board, it's so appropriate that I'm going to be voting in favor of this, because in 1990, when they wanted to do a huge development of Kelly Ranch. My dad was an integral part of ensuring that that didn't happen. And so it is a very full circle moment for me. I'm very excited to support it. And I want to thank all of the different organizations that reached out, Parklands Foundation, all of we had so many conservation organizations and environmental justice organizations excited about this acquisition. And I think it's going to be a real boon to Pima County and to our conservation land system to continue and expand that footprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Grijalva. I had recognized both you and Supervisor Christie before I acknowledged that we had a staff presentation on this, but because Supervisor Hines joined us during Supervisor Christie's comments. Just wanted to welcome him to the meeting, and wanted to also recognize Supervisor Allen, who wished to speak.
I want to say I support Supervisor Christie's position that we should actually vote against this and take the land out of conservation and not add it to Catalina State Park area. I think that would be a great thing for Pima County. April Fools. Just kidding. I am so...
Somebody had to do it.
Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
Before, go ahead. Oh, you had more? All right, go ahead.
That was a good one. I too am very excited to be able to support this. I think the long history of protecting this wildlife corridor and is a testament, I think, to both the long-term commitment of our county to protecting the integrity of the Sonoran Desert in all of its complexity, from wildlife corridors to understanding as well its economic value of preservation of lands, that we are a destination county for ecotourism, for outdoor recreation, and that value, both the integrity of the Sonoran Desert and the tourism around it and the utilization, are both incredible reasons to support Kelly Ranch.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. I'm going to reserve my comments until after the staff presentation, which I failed to recognize at the beginning, which is our standard protocol. Administrator Lesher. Mr. DeBonis.
Chair Scott and members of the board, just a few brief slides to highlight what's already been said. So this property is identified as being important in maintaining habitat connectivity and wildlife corridors. It's within the biological core and includes important riparian habitat areas of the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan. Next slide, please. Here you see its location, both relative to Catalina State Park, immediately adjacent to it. As noted, Oracle Road is on the western boundary of the property, 108.8 acres of land. Next slide shows you a stunning visual presentation of the lush vegetation and important riparian habitat corridor on the site. Next slide, please. More just the mechanics of the purchase agreement, $6 million plus closing cost, down payment of $2 million, the balance to be paid in installments of $2 million plus interest over time. There's no penalty to the county if the balance is prepaid. Starting with this fiscal year, $2.1 million is available from open space dollars already allocated by this Board of Supervisors. The balance of it would be made up by subsequent allocations from that open space fund, as well as a contribution of $600,000 from the Regional Flood Control District. We are pursuing options to offset the county funding, and if successful in a grant application submitted to Arizona State Parks, we could apply $1.5 million. Also, there's a residence on the property. We believe the market value of that structure, if we were to decide to sell it, would be around $1 million. And the Pima County Parklands Foundation has set up a private donation fund to collect contributions to go towards the purchase. So that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. DeBonis. I am also incredibly proud, not just as the chair of this board, but as the supervisor for District 1 to support this acquisition. And I was pleased a few months ago to go to a ceremony at Catalina State Park where there was a sign that was dedicated recognizing the creation of the park, and had the great pleasure at that time to meet another former supervisor, just like your father, who had done a great deal to ensure the creation of that park, and that was Supervisor David Yetman. And I also wanted to thank you, Supervisor Grijalva, because a significant amount of the funds for this purchase are coming from the $5 million for open space acquisition that you advocated for as an annual inclusion in our budget in our very first year as a board. We wouldn't be making this purchase were it not for your advocacy and your foresight. So thank you very much. Also wanted to say that I have received numerous messages of support for this acquisition from District 1 residents, including from the mayor of Oro Valley, Joe Winfield, and we're very grateful for the support of the town. Any further questions or comments from supervisors? All right. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1.
I demand a recount. April Fool.
You can see why they sit next to each other. All right. Thank you all very much. Okay, we are going to move into executive session. I would entertain a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. All right, we are back in session, and we're going to go to the addendum. Item number 5 was one of the executive session items that we discussed. Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I'd like to go ahead and move to proceed as discussed in executive session.
I'll second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, it passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed and Supervisor Hines not yet on the dais. Item number 6 on the addendum is for information only, but we need to now go to item number 8 on the addendum. Supervisor Grijalva.
Yeah, I'll go. Thank you, Chair Scott. I'll go ahead and move to approve the proposed settlement, item number 8.
I'll second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. Okay. Just to go ahead and take care of the addendum, I'm going to go ahead and move item number 9, seconded by Supervisor Christie. Those are appointments to the Board of Adjustment in Supervisor Christie's district. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0.
That was a perfect opportunity for an April Fool's joke.
I missed my moment. All right, as I said before we went into executive session, we're going to go right into our hearings because we have folks who are here on some of the matters that are going to be covered in this hearing. Let's first go to items 36 and 37, which are liquor license hearings. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition to either of these matters? If not, I will move to close the hearings for 36 and 37 and approve those items as noted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 36 and 37 pass 4-0. We'll now move to item number 38. This is a hearing comprehensive plan amendment. Wilmot 8890 LLC South Wilmot Road Plan Amendment. And we have some slides for this presentation. Administrator Lusher. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had forgotten that we have from the beginning of the meeting, which seems so long ago. There is somebody who is presenting to us, Ms. Riley, Emma Riley, representative for the applicant, Mission Clean Energy. Ms. Riley, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to start by saying thank you so much to the board for the opportunity to present our project, Solace Energy Center. My name is Emma Riley. I'm a development manager with Mission Clean Energy, and I'm joined here today with our head of development, Audrey Copeland, as well as a representative from the Energy Safety Response Group, Brian Scholl. Can I just give a thumbs up for the slides, to change the slides? That'd be great. Okay. So a little background about Mission Clean Energy. We're a national utility scale solar and battery energy storage developer. We have projects throughout the country, and we really start from the beginning, site acquisition, all the way up until the financing right before construction. Next slide. So today we're here to talk about our project Solace Energy Center. It's a 250 megawatt standalone battery energy storage system. It's located just about 4 miles east of the airport, and it's on approximately 18 acres of privately owned land. It's currently zoned suburban homestead. And so, next slide, please, thanks. So we're here today to request approval from the board to amend Pima County's comprehensive plan and redesignate the 18-acre parcel from the suburban intensity category to the general intensity category or industrial land use designation. Next slide, please. So we feel our project meets a lot of the needs and stated goals. First, on the local level, our goal is really in line, or our project is really in line with the stated goals from the current long-term comprehensive plan from Pima County. We also meet the needs and goals of the utility TEP to increase their alternative energy resources. A large chunk of that is actually storage. and just overall increase the reliability and efficiency of the grid. And we also feel we meet the needs at the state level clean energy goals as well. Next slide, please. Great. So this is just an image, the site layout outlined in red here. We're just located off of South Wilmot Road, and you can see our nearest neighbor is just across the street. It's a Federal Corrections Institute, so federal prison. That's our nearest neighbor, and we've already sought consultation from them. The rest of the surrounding area is public land with no slated plans for residential development. So the closest residences are just in the northwest corner that you can see here. And the images on the right just show a little bit about what those containers actually look like on the ground. Yeah, next slide, please. Great. This is a site layout, a more detailed configuration of our batteries. It'll be included in the package, so I'll just head to the next slide. Great. So we actually went out there, and this is the view from the nearest residence if you're facing the project site. And where that arrow is showing is actually where the prison is. And from this image, you can see, you really can't even see the prison from this site, and that structure would actually be much taller than our project. And so we're pretty confident that there'd be really minimal impacts to the view shed of the local residences, if at all. Next slide, please. And yeah, I really want to end on just this opportunity here. There's expected to be almost $4 million in tax revenue over the 25-year lifetime of the project, and the vast majority, over half, would be going to the local unified school district. I'm just going to end there because I'm out of time, but thank you so much again. Yeah.
Do we have any questions for our presenter from board members? Right, this is matter in District 2. Supervisor Hines, any motion you wanted to make?
Sure. I move to close the public hearing and approve the comprehensive plan amendment P24CA00001 as recommended by staff and Planning and Zoning Commission.
And I will second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thanks so much for your patience.
Thank you.
All right, we're now going to move to item number 39. This is a hearing on a specific plan rezoning, Manzanita Investment Group LLC, West Valencia Road specific plan rezoning. Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I'd go ahead and like to move the item, recommend approval, subject to standard and special conditions. And close, if anyone's here to speak in opposition, no, then I'll request close the public hearing and then what I just said.
All right, I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. All right, the next item is a hearing. This is a rezoning. Is it your last name pronounced Reka or Rika? My apologies. Rika West Bountiful Lane rezoning. And this is in District 1. So I'm going to have us begin with a staff report. Then we're going to have testimony from the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Rika, then testimony from other interested parties. So at this time, Administrator Lesher, who should we call on for the staff report?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Scott. Mr. Poirier, I believe, or Tom? Sorry, Tom. Thank you.
Mr. Truskowski.
Chair Scott, board members, before you is a request to rezone an approximately 3.3 acre property from SR to SR2. If approved, the rezoning will allow 2 homes in the location where SR would only allow 1. Public comment to date, we've received 4 unique letters of protests from property owners in the area. We've also received 2 letters of support, 2 letters of concern, and a petition with 14 signatures from property owners who are in protest. Some of those are duplicates with the letters of protest. A couple of the letters of concern addressed issues with the property that affected property owners would like addressed. Some of these concerns that have came up recently have to do with amount of grading, protections of the wash, access to the property, lighting, colors of buildings, height limits. Those are some of the things that have come up recently. After hearing the case, the Planning and Zoning Commission made a motion to recommend approval 5-4. Staff also recommends approval of the case, subject to the conditions included in the packet. Since the Planning and Zoning Commission, additional letters have been received. In addition, staff has interacted with some of the neighbors, met with them out on site to get a better understanding of what is occurring out there and some of the concerns from the immediate property owners. I did walk the neighboring properties to get a view and understand the concerns and some of the issues that the neighbors had with the development. That concludes my staff report, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hines.
Just curious, if this is passed, would it allow for, say, the second property to be turned at some point by a future owner into like an apartment complex or something?
Chair Scott, board members, no. What is before the board today is the current zoning is SR, which would allow one home and all ancillary uses that are permitted with SR, guest houses, garages, things like that. The proposed rezoning would allow 2 residents on the property. It could be split, but no increase in density from there would be allowed by the rezoning.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Supervisor Grijalva.
This item narrowly passed the Planning and Zoning Commission as 5-4. There was 1 absent. And then even in D1, the representatives were on opposing sides. And so can you speak a little bit to some of the conversation during that meeting, just to help me understand a little better what the biggest issues were?
Sure. Chair Scott, board members, I'll give an overview, and then Mr. Poirier will provide some additional comments after that. This was a very interesting case at the Planning and Zoning Commission. We did have neighbors show up who spoke in opposition immediately against the case before the commission. It's a unique portion of the county because you do have higher density properties in the area, but you also have a little notch area of lower density SR, and this is in a transition area. So I think the way I would characterize it is some of the commissioners looked at it from, this is more consistent with property densities to the south and the east, which are higher density. Others looked at some of the areas where right in the immediate area it's lower density. And so I think that had a major impact on how the commissioners voted at the hearing.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Grijalva, to add Tom's spot on, it was a very contextual conversation amongst the commissioners. It was not an easy decision as indicated by the vote, but, you know, near the property is some other SR. However, you know, 1 lot away is a very high dense subdivision of CR3 or CR4 homes. The town of Oro Valley at a higher density is directly to the east as well. So it was a 5-4 vote, a very difficult decision for the commissioners because of sort of the nature of the current zoning and the surrounding properties and the history of how other properties have developed around it.
Supervisor Allen.
I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how conservation is impacted through the rezoning or not.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, one of the things to consider in this case is that conservation land policies are implemented through rezonings. So if this property is rezoned, the property is within the conservation land system, and it will require 80% of the property to be left as natural. The proposal in front of you today meets that requirement with all conservation being done on site. If the property is not rezoned, then we get into the standard suburban ranch requirements in regards to setbacks, grading limits, native plant preservation, which in a case like in SR would allow substantially more grading than in a case where the property was rezoned. That's one of the impacts of a rezoning and developing under the current zoning, which has not been rezoned.
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Allen, to also add to that, you know, the SR zone is also what we would consider a a horse use and equestrian type zone. So if you look at, especially this part of town, if you were to look at an aerial image of SR zone properties, some of those properties are significantly graded or denuded to sort of serve the purpose of equestrian use. If this rezoning is approved, Tom is spot on and the conditions are imposed, then there will be much more significant conservation conditions imposed on the property than would otherwise occur if it stays SR. If this rezoning is denied or withdrawn, the property owner simply has to meet the regular zoning. They do not need to meet the more stringent conservation land system policy requirements.
Supervisor Allen, did you have any follow-up? Supervisor Hines?
Just quickly, I heard there, there are multiple letters of concern, protest, objection, et cetera. Did that rise to the level of requiring a supermajority vote of the board or not? That's the staff determination. It's not to that level.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, this case has not triggered supermajority.
Okay.
Most of the protests are outside of the 300 feet, located to the south and east of the property.
Supervisor Grijalva?
Yeah, so what is the current, I guess I'm reading some of the concerns, and one of them is that this is 3.3 acres, which would allow up to 48 residencies in a multifamily structure or 28 units of single-family residencies. So I just want you to say, what is it exactly that this density is going to allow, so I have a response when people say, hey, I told you this was going to happen. And I think we have neighbors and very concerned community members about changing any sort of the environment when they purchased the home, and this was supposed to be what they were buying into. And so I just want to make sure that we can say it out loud.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva, this rezoning will only allow the increase in density to allow 2 homes and on the 3.3 acres. Generally, the density would be 1 home for 1.68 acres. No additional units would be allowed. Anything further would require further action by the board, would need to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is a lower density area, and units at that level would not be allowed, and the rezoning is, if approved, is conditioned specifically to match what the PDP, preliminary development plan, including in the board package shows. So that's what would be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Grijalva, there was, I think, some of the neighbors got confused. They grabbed a code, I think, from South Tucson, where I think their version of SR allowed a whole bunch of things. Pima County, SR allows, like Tom said, 1 home per 3.31 acres. Typically, you see horses with it. There are some other conditional uses that occur, but never has a county code ever allowed significant density or apartments, as maybe the other jurisdictions that the neighbors confuse their notes with.
Any other questions for staff from board members? I just wanted to follow up on a point that Vice Chair Grijalva made, and I have shared this with Mr. Drzgowski, but I want to share it with other staff members, including the county administrator. I think when there is a close vote of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the board needs more information in terms of the reasoning of our commissioners, and there was really only one commissioner who was cited in the report. I think just as a matter of course moving forward, we need more information when there's a vote like that, because that is very out of the ordinary to have such a closely divided vote.
Chair Scott, as the board is probably aware of, most of our votes are either unanimous or very close to that. 5-4 is something that comes up very infrequently. We'll make sure that the commissioners are better articulating their positions when we get into these close votes, so that the board has a better understanding of how each of the commissioners is thinking when they vote on this. 5-4 comes up very infrequently, and we'll make sure that we get better information from the commissioners that we can present to the board.
I know we all appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to, unless there are any other questions or comments for staff from board members, I'm going to call on Deborah Rika and TJ Rika, who are the applicants, and then I will call on other interested parties who've filled out speaker cards. No, you do not. You're married, so I'm calling on you together, but you each have 3 minutes.
I really want to go first. Hi, I'm Deborah Rika, and I first want to just thank you guys for your time today. This has been an education for us. I've been homeschooling and raising 5 kids for the last 30 years, and so I'm like, wow, I didn't know this all was happening. So our application is in accordance with the Pima County statutes and regulations for rezoning from SR to SR2. And again, it's a normal piece of property. It has the wildlife, it has the vegetation, but it's a normal piece of property for that area. And this has been a learning process for us, and I'm sure will continue as the process goes forward. It is a process for us. It's not personal. It's just going through that process, striving to do everything according to the Pima County regulations and statutes. And that's what we want also. Change isn't easy. This property we bought a year ago, and it's been used for people to walk across. People have walked across it for a long time, and I do believe that's the change that's hard, is that there will be a couple of homes there. We desire to keep the wildlife and preserve as much of the property as possible, because we also just live a walking distance away currently, and I would guess I'll say cohabitate with the animals. Like, they live right there. We see them and we love it. And just within this week, we've seen javelina and coyotes and other birds and hawks and species, and we love that. So our plan was never to try to build anything except 2 homes, and our daughter was sitting over here, and our son-in-law, and we're the parents, and we're trying to build a home and just next to each other. So that's all it is. And after sitting here, I also just wanted to thank each of you. I know we probably don't all agree, maybe politically even, but just the job that you're doing, I just think it, and just the things that were said earlier by several other people, I just appreciate your willingness to serve our community in this way. And so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rika. Mr. Rika, you also have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, my name is TJ Rika. I actually live at 2665 Bountiful Lane. We have a 1-acre property that's just a short ways away from the lot in question. And just given some of the discussion I heard from the department regarding SR versus SR2 and what could happen there, I want to point out, if you took an aerial view of the 1-acre lot we live on now, I would say over half of it is natural vegetation. My neighbor next door has cleared and built corrals and done all those sort of things, but our lot is pretty well preserved, and because of that, and like my wife had said, we see wildlife all the time just roaming through our lot. Passed within 10 yards of us the other night, sitting out by a fire. Our purpose is to build 2 residences, one we would move to, and one my daughter and my son-in-law would build on this lot. It's consistent with precedents of other lots in the immediate vicinity there, one right across the street from us. Despite attempts to portray it otherwise, this lot is really no different than any other lot in the area in terms of what the sizing would be. It's consistent with what's in the vicinity there, the impacts associated with what would be done, all those sort of things. It conforms to what we're proposing conforms to the Pima County Codes, ordinances, guidance, all those sort of things. It's consistent with the objectives of the county to efficient and effectively develop rezoning to meet housing demands and those sort of things. All we're really asking for is the same rights and privileges that our neighbors enjoy. The The lot, the property is no different. It's not a biological oasis. I wouldn't describe it as that. It does have a delineated riparian zone, which the properties to the west, to the north, to the south all have that, as those zones follow the tributaries that exist through there. But the conditions that the department has proposed, the special conditions, address those sort of things. As they stated, some of that is even more restrictive, which we're fine with. We love the natural area there. While we recognize the concerns and comments of others out there and some of the passion around this, you also got to recognize that 1,000-foot perimeter, there are 150 residences inside of that. And it's just a small representation that's really voicing opposition to it. I am concerned with some of the things that I think are accurate in some of the things that have been written about it, but I'm not going to speak to that. I was going to say that the development of SR versus SR2, that there really is no difference, but actually what I just heard is actually what we're adopting is something a little more stringent, which really serves the purpose from a conservation perspective as well as a development perspective for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reicha. Okay, we're going to move now to testimony from other interested parties. Jim Luckow.
Good morning. My name is Jim Luckow. My wife and I live one lot away from the proposed rezoning of the Rikers request. We lived in the area for over 30 years. I've been an educator for over 45 years and a general contractor for 35 years. Accurate information is needed to make informed decisions. Narratives create concern when using words like pygmy owl, destroying the riparian area, cause more erosion, light pollution, impeding emergency response, lowering property tax values, and the applicant's intent is questionable. But narratives aren't always accurate and even true. This is what I know. We have seen and built several homes in the area. It's a great neighborhood where we enjoy privacy, wildlife, and a prosperous community. We've seen wildlife increase abundantly. Over the years, the increase in coyotes, bobcats, javelinas, hawks, owls, rabbits, doves, all the animals, bird species have just increased tremendously. I have actually saw mule deer just a month or so across the street from my house. Property values, let's talk about, I wish property values would slow down. My next door neighbor just sold their house for $400 a square foot. What that means for me and others, that means my property values goes up. I'm not sure what the word is for that, but what's the right word? Property taxes go up ridiculous. I don't know. This is what it is. And so those aren't changing. Historically, there have been several approved rezonings in our area. As mentioned, 15 of the 20 homes within that 300-mile radius, or 75% of them, have equal or less square footage than what the Rikas are asking for. Of the 150 homes in that 1,000 square area, 93% or 140 of them have equal or to less square footage than what they're asking. As a builder, I know Pima County has ordinances, regulations, and codes that we have to adhere to that address all the concerns. When I started building projects, I found that people don't like change. As mentioned, as Zara said, walking trails, which we used for years, get restricted or eliminated. Views take on a different look and landscapes change. We respond like we've lost something that actually wasn't even really ours. On October 22nd, the board appointed a new regional housing commission for you guys to work on increasing the supply of houses across the county. At that board meeting, the supervisors also expressed interest to having input on zoning requirements to promote more housing. Well, here's an opportunity for you to do that, and I just asked that you do that in their favor for us. One thing I didn't mention also, they mentioned that's their daughter. She married my son, so we're going to live right next to each other. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luckow. All right, Michelle Miller is our next speaker.
Hi, thank you for allowing some time for me. I agree with you. This has been very interesting and eye-opening, humbling to see the process in front of me. Anyway, So I have lived in my home in the higher density community that's on the south of this area for 22 years, and I bought it because of the desert right back there, and it was undeveloped for years and years and years, and it's a place that my children explored and all of that. So as I said, I wrote a letter and I was talking about all of the wildlife that comes into my yard and bobcats and quail and all of that. Recently, we had the 2 SR plots north of me built, and that has been very difficult because it has changed. They've torn down a lot of things and made a significant impact on that desert. And now I look out and I see their lights instead of seeing the open desert like I did. So my concern really is about precedent, about continuing to carve up area that is supposed to be conservation land. I understand there have been thousands of units put down, Shannon, and in different places, like right close to me. And my question is, when do we draw the line in the sand? Like, how far do we let that go? The impacts, like, that we just keep carving up the desert. And the thing that I was asking for was a continuance. If we could have 60 more days. I started going door to door to my neighbors. Most of them are opposed, but I only worked on it a day, so I need more time. And they all were like, what can we do to help? So I think, given more time, we can start figuring out what they think. People didn't know what to do, is what it sounded like when I went door to door. And they were happy that I came. So thank you so much. I think that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Terry Emonson is our next speaker.
Chair Scott and members of the board, thank you for having us all here today. We really appreciate your time and listening to us. I am on 2610 West Bountiful Lane. 3/4 of my property will be impacted by the rezoning. I, too, have learned a lot through this process. And the first thing I'd like to say is to look to my neighbors and say, we don't want a battle. That is not what we want. But we do want what's reasonable, and we do want to keep and preserve what we all moved there for. There are conditions that we would like to have put in place that I don't want to go into because they're very long, that we've already submitted that we believe are reasonable to help mitigate some of the concerns and impacts that we're going to face: the light impact, the noise impact, the dust impact, the building impact that we're going to have, the view impact that's going to be taken. I've already lost 3/4 of the view on the south of me from the 2 that have been built. I'm now looking at losing my east of the mountains, losing that view. Part of the view will still be there, 3/4 of it will be taken. My bigger concern is the erosion. The prior owners that these owners had nothing to do with, but as I learned as an owner, when you purchase property, you now own that property and everything that comes with it. The prior owners graded it without a permit. When they graded it, they took out all the shrubbery that is along our property line. It is now eroding. It has eroded almost 2 feet. We have planted almost $15,000 of trees and shrubs to help shore it up. We have put riprap in. We continue to clean it up. We are trying to manage our own property to make sure we can stop the erosion and what's happening. Our whole side backs up to the repairing area. We own the wash. The wash runs 50 to 1,000 cubic feet per second. We have seen telephone poles. We have 100-foot round pipe that came down our wash and landed in our property because it runs up the road. Someone put in an unpermitted culvert, which is also contributing to the erosion to our property. There are multiple things that are going on. I have concern about access to the property. It is on an easement, egress, ingress road right now that may or may not be designated correctly on the sketch. We are unsure. We have pulled deeds trying to figure it out without having to go down the law area to see where everything is going to lie and what's going to actually be impacted, because we are very concerned about fire access. First responders, if they want to live up there, it is landlocked. First responders are going to have a hard time getting up there. Fire danger is our biggest thing. It is not a typical land. It is on a slope. The flat part is on the top. It slopes on one side and it slopes on the other side because of the riparian area and washes on both sides. Getting up that slope and up that hill, if there is a fire, I'm very concerned about going over the wash, up that grade, and affecting my property on that too.
Thank you, Ms. Amundsen. Louisa Biles is our final speaker.
I was going to say good morning, but I got to look at my watch. Good afternoon. Thanks to Chairman Scott and the board for having us here today. My name is Louisa Viles, and I live also at 2610 West Bountiful Lane. We've lived there for 15 years. When we moved to Tucson looking for property, we saw this amazing house, stucco house up on a hill. And I think we quoted to each other, I'm not driving down that washed out road to go look at a house that's not for sale. And a week later, it was ours. I grew up in rural Vermont. My dad was town moderator, and so most of my civics lessons happened on the floor of town meeting doing my homework, so I feel like I'm kind of back there today. So I'm grateful to the board and to the Board of Supervisors and to Pima Planning and Zoning. They've really helped educate us individually as the homeowners, but also the neighborhood, to educate us in the community about the processes and the values that the county has, a thoughtful, intentional approach weighing the pros and cons of proposed development. I don't think it's an accident that we've sat through today discussions of the merits of dark skies, pollinators, wildlife corridors, quiet, and kindness is the other thing that came up a couple times today. So my goal is these are probably common themes. We're just new to this process. So what we're asking is that we've learned that a lot of our neighbors along with us share a lot of our concerns and also need to be sort of educated about the pros and cons of proposed development and, you know, how we can be part of the mitigation and preservation of that neighborhood. It really it really comes down to the wash, because water in the desert is responsible for everything we're here talking about today. And that wash and that property, along with our property and several other adjacent SR properties, they're not let's say because of the wash, we believe that they are special interest areas. They are integral to that northwest neighborhood, which is why so many people from outside the 300-foot zone are concerned. This pocket has preserved a modicum of quiet and light, mitigated light pollution, and kept the wildlife corridor such that everyone can enjoy that. So we're looking forward to the opportunity with them, with the board, through this process to really look at some intentional possibly mitigation or other concerns as we move forward. But the bottom line is that we are here representing the wash, because that is what drove us to our neighborhood. We picked it not because of the washed out easement road, but because of the wash behind it. And we really feel like we're stewards of the property along with the rest of the neighborhood, we've learned. And we just want to see any future improvements, development, or whatever word is used for it be done intentionally and with the idea of conservation foremost in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Viles. Anybody else present wish to address the board on this matter? Okay, do you have a question for one of the speakers, Supervisor Hines?
It's based on a statement from a speaker, but for one of our staff members.
Okay, go ahead, please, Supervisor.
Great, thank you. So not our last speaker, but the 2 speakers ago, there were conditions provided, I believe, to staff, and I was just curious if that list had been reviewed by staff and if any of those conditions that they presented to us in that list have already been incorporated in the special conditions that are associated with the item that we're currently discussing.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, this has been an evolving process from the Planning and Zoning Commission and then to the lead up to the board. I would have characterized the Planning and Zoning Commission as the neighbors were adamantly against the rezoning. In the lead up to the board meeting, I would characterize a few of the neighbors, especially some of the most impacted adjacent, like the 2 speakers who just recently spoke, as wanting to mitigate the impacts on their property. And I was able to meet with them last week on, I believe it was Thursday afternoon after work. I went out there, looked at the properties, walked their properties to try to get an understanding. And then what they submitted was a comment letter that included some of their concerns and what they were hoping to mitigate. These included things like the wash, lighting. And then informally, we've talked about height limits and color of the building. Some of those are things that can be incorporated into conditions to reduce perceived adverse impacts on them. So that is something that can occur.
And so do we need to direct you to do that in this discussion before we vote on it, or is that something that you're going to already do?
Supervisor Hines, after I close the public hearing, I may make a motion that you will probably be interested in hearing.
Okay, I will defer any further comment then.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, we can be part of crafting conditions that reduce adverse impacts on affected property owners.
All right. Does anybody else wish to address the board on this matter? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I have a motion that I would like my colleagues to consider. And that motion is to continue this item until the June 3rd Board of Supervisors meeting. During the time between now and then, staff is to prepare a report for the board on the pros and cons of sticking with the current zoning or going to the proposed rezoning in terms of the effects on all parties. If rezoning remains the staff recommendation, during that time they are to work with the applicant, adjacent landowners, and other neighbors to craft conditions that most reasonably address concerns regarding potential adverse impacts. That is my motion. Okay, moved and seconded. And just to add some further discussion before I call on my colleagues, I was concerned not only with the divided vote, which, as Mr. Drzgowski said, is very uncommon with the Planning and Zoning Commission, but I'm also concerned with the very detailed and substantive concerns that have been raised by the adjacent landowners and also by other neighbors. And that's why I felt that the request for this continuance and all of the work that should be done during that roughly 60-day period was appropriate. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Hines.
And this is maybe more to staff, but I know before when we've done this kind of thing, I remember from the dais, we've just approved it and told you to not, to incorporate the conditions at the staff level before anything happens. Do you need us to do this for 60 days? I mean, I don't mind voting yes on that as well, but I'm just curious from staff perspective. I know we've done it the other way before. Do you need us to continue it and not vote on it finally until June, or can this be 30 days, or can we just say, because I'm okay approving it now as long as those conditions are going to be applied?
Supervisor Hines, if I could interject, the reason I have asked for this amount of time is because of the substance and details that my staff and I have heard from our constituents who are concerned with this matter. I did discuss the amount of time not only with Mr. Drzgowski, but also with Mr. DeBonis, because I want there to be ample time for staff to engage not just with the RICAs, but also with the adjacent landowners who we heard from, Ms. Amundsen and Ms. Viles, and with other neighbors who have contacted our office. And this felt like an appropriate amount of time to not only engage in that dialogue, but also to hear whatever responses the applicant and other concerned parties have.
That's great. And my only question then would be maybe to you, since you've maybe already talked, are the petitioners okay with that amount of time, the 60 days?
Well, at this point, I did not check with the RICAs to see if they were okay with the 60 days, because I feel like that is a decision to be made by the board. Before the board has to agree to anything, I think we need to ask for sufficient amount of time for not just the applicants, but for other interested parties to have their concerns addressed.
Then may I direct that question to the RICAs now, please?
You certainly can.
If one of you could come forward, thank you. Oh, shoot.
We already closed the public hearing.
Well, but
You're asking a specific question.
Oh, okay.
So that we reopen the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All those in favor of reopening the public hearing indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All Go ahead, Supervisor. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, this is a little unorthodox, but I was just curious in terms of that timeline, does that impact any plans ongoing construction? I don't know, just if you could speak to that quickly.
I guess I would just say that we're not interested in doing that. I'd prefer you just to deny it if that's the case. I'm concerned that there was a couple times I tried to ask questions to the department, and I'm concerned the department went out and met with the neighbors, but I was specifically told we could only communicate via email. And they never spoke with me, and I had a question on process. And so given all this, I'd prefer you just deny it honestly. I feel like what is in the staffing report addresses the various concerns. I mean, they've all been looked at by that staff over the last, I don't know, too long. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I can assure you, Mr. Rika, given the terms of this motion, that you will have ample opportunity to engage with staff during this time, and that it will not have to be in writing. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right, we're going to go back to the original motion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Hines opposed. Thank you all very much. All right, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez, and we will also close the public hearing at this time. All right, let's move on then to item number 41. This is a hearing on a zoning code text amendment. Is there anybody present who wishes to address the board on this matter? If not, I will move to close the public hearing and approve the zoning code text amendment based on the recommendation from both the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff. I'm sorry. And we will move to pass and adopt also ordinance number 2025-8.
There will be discussion.
Yes, sir.
I'll second for discussion.
All right. Moved and seconded. Discussion, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. Could we get just a thumbnail, 20,000 foot overview of what all this entails? What does this really mean? Or what is the goal of doing this?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Christie, the goal is simple. It's to allow more choice for different housing types. Right now, there are certain zones in what is arguably an antiquated zoning code of ours that is continually evolving. There is an older, sorry about that, there is an older concept within our zoning code. There's certain zones that only allow a single family home. Regardless of your acreage, you have no choice. The only housing type you could put in is a single family residence. This idea is actually looking way back in time, back in the day when people were using duplexes and triplexes. So it's reintroducing the plexes, a term out there is called the missing middle, back into simply the choice a property owner can have on their property. It's extra rights for a property owner. That's it. So if anyone chooses to maintain a subdivision of single family homes, they may. If they want to develop something with a slight alternative with plexes, they can. I think what was profound is some folks coming in to our department just at the counter trying to find a way to develop properties more efficiently, more creatively, and they seem to be stumbling into the idea of duplexes. You know, again, returning to what was old as a new way of getting people into homes today.
Mr. Chair,
please.
Have you had any response from like the Southern Arizona Home Builders and construction companies, Tucson Association of Realtors, as to these amendments or changes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Christie, we have outright support from SABA They wanted us to even take it further. We'll work with them to figure out what that means. They want more of it. Also, Tucson Association of Realtors, a big thumbs up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right, all those in favor of adopting the ordinance indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0 because Supervisor Hines had left the dais. Okay, we'll move now to item number 42. This is also a hearing on a code text amendment. Is there anybody here who wishes to address the board on this matter?
Thank you.
If not, I will move to close the public hearing. And is this also one where we're adopting an ordinance? Okay, it wasn't as clear as the other one, so I wasn't sure. All right, move to close the public hearing and adopt ordinance number 2025-9.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This item also passes 4-0. All right. We are then going to go back to the regular agenda. And this is the Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards. Sitting as the Flood Control District Board, item number 10. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. We'll now move to approval of the consent calendar. And should note that Supervisor Hines has returned to the dais. I will move the consent calendar as submitted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent calendar is approved. We'll now move to item number 12 under the County Administrator. Update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott. And we're going to focus today on the Transition Center. We have Deputy County Administrator Holmes and Kate Vesley from the Justice Services Department to give a quick update.
Absolutely. Chair Scott, Administrator Lesher, I'm going to turn it over to our director, Ms. Vesley, so she can speak a little bit about the update. Last time we presented to the board, we were looking at about 100 people roughly coming every month to the Transition Center. We're over 300 people coming. And I'm going to give a little bit of turnover for more detail on what that population is looking like now and who we're serving.
Good day, board. I'll have you move to the next slide, please. So we have surpassed serving 2,000 unique individuals at the Transition Center. Month over month, we continue to see more and more folks coming through. What we are tracking with most note is the increase in the number of felonies that we have coming through as opposed to misdemeanors, which was primarily our target population. Next slide. So we've had great staff at the Transition Center. Many of you have come through to tour, and you can attest at how wonderful the individuals are that are maintaining, and they are really a credit to how successful the Transition Center has been. Some of our changes that have been occurring is an increase in the number of law enforcement drop-offs, particularly by the core team at Tucson Police Department. We also have a high number of referrals coming out of Tucson City Court. The Transition Center model has been published in a number of different trade associations with the Pretrial Network nationally, as well as the MacArthur Foundation. And we are having virtual tours, in-person tours, and lots of national interest with this emerging as a best practice standard. We are always very concerned about ensuring that our demographics are roughly equivalent to the jail population. And in our last analysis, we were able to determine that we are serving and we have an overrepresentation of communities of color compared to the jail population. So we're doing better than we had expected to. Next slide. You can see from this chart here, the bottom line was our average from January through August of last year. We were averaging about 115 individuals per month. You can see through February, we topped over 328, and it was roughly similar in January too. So we've really been picking up speed. We largely attribute this to increased word of mouth among the community, especially those who are likely to take advantage of our services. So those folks who are in jail who are talking amongst themselves. Next slide. The first two columns here demonstrate the shift that has occurred. We have not had fewer people coming through via our pre-booking modular. We have just had that much of a dramatic increase in individuals coming over after they've gotten released from the jail. Again, we attribute this to having additional information on the tablets available for the detainees, but facilities has also kindly made a more expedited route to make it over to us by cutting a hole in a wall, and we are updating that blue line so individuals can more easily walk through without having to go up on the sidewalk on the main street. Next slide. What's notable about this is about 22% of those who are utilizing the transition center did not come from the jail or from the pre-booking modular. This includes law enforcement drop-offs, but also folks who have just come in off the street. Many of them have pending charges, but have not been to jail or got released from jail some time ago. Others are family members who are trying to find services for an incarcerated loved ones, and they're looking for how to navigate the justice system, but also get connected to other services. Next slide. You've heard me talk about this before, so I won't belabor it. Housing continues to be our most critical need, and the data demonstrates that our community is safer when we do have housing placement for individuals coming through. That orange slice right there is the number of individuals who were rebooked into the jail within 7 or 30 days after their visit, as opposed to that blue slide, the blue column there, which is the rebooking rates for somebody who does have secure housing. Makes a huge impact on whether we see them again frequently. And the last slide. So we are changing our data metrics, particularly to account for those folks who are coming out of jail directly, those felonies. Anecdotally, our navigators are telling us that those who have felony charges are a more challenging population, and they have adjusted their strategies and their interventions accordingly. We are collecting new data metrics. As you know, it takes some time to collect data so that we can understand what the trendings are, but I hope in our next report to have a better idea for all of you. We expect the data to change because our population is changing. I don't know if that's going to mean that we are going to have better or worse alignment to our ultimate strategies, which is appearance for court and a reduction in rebooking. But we are monitoring those metrics and are optimistic, but we'll see. We're also trying to create a new control group like we did for the misdemeanors when we first started all of that. So you all can see, compared to the overall population, how this intervention is performing. Our objectives over the next 6 months are also to create a public-facing dashboard. We were founded on the values of transparency and public accountability, and so this public-facing dashboard will not only show how we have been performing, but allow individuals to export that data for their own individual analysis as well. That's all for me. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. That's a great report. For the 22%, the 18 plus 4% that you showed on that slide, or a graph a few slides ago, how are they finding out about the center? You said some of it was law enforcement drop-offs, but like, I mean, I'm just curious. What do you know, or do you ask them? I'm just curious. How did they find out?
So Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, primarily we have, we do have a metric in our intake sheet. How did you find out about us? Lots of times it's multiple things. They know somebody who went through. It tends to be our emerging strategy. We have lots of individuals who know somebody else who had a family member. In one instance, a city bus driver told somebody to get off his bus and go to the transition center right around the corner. We have also had bail officers try and refer folks over to us. What's been really helpful is the number of tours that we have provided through our community service providers. Many in your offices have really helped to spread the word to constituents who are calling. And so word of mouth is number one for us right now. We've also had a lot more, like I said, law enforcement drop-offs, but individuals who are struggling with housing, the encampments, we're continuing to really support those encampment outreach efforts, especially around resolving warrants, so those individuals can get into shelter.
One quick follow-up. Will you maybe use that to inform further outreach, like going to the bail officers and others, just to let them know you're there, because it's kind of new?
Yes.
Perfect.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Holmes, maybe you can answer these questions I have, or direct it to whoever you feel is appropriate. But we did some background, and you go to pima.gov, and you go to the homeless section or the tab. And I know nobody can see this, but this is a copy of what we found there. And I'll just read the highlights. It says, homeless encampment rights and resources. And it states off the top, know your rights. And then there's subheadings, right to remain silent, right to an attorney, right to have your, right not to have your property searched, public use of marijuana and other drugs, warrant resolution, sex offender registry obligations, rights restoration and other post-conviction relief. This is on the website. My question is severalfold. We're in one element of this process trying to remove or mitigate homelessness, and on a other spectrum, we're providing information on what your rights are to be homeless. So how do you square this with that process? And what are the neighbors, the communities, the neighborhoods, what would they think, or do they even know that the county is providing legal information for folks to remain homeless and the rights therein, when the neighbors are constantly in an outcry that they want the homelessness gone, that they want it out of their neighborhoods, away from their businesses and off the streets, yet the county's providing them with all types of advice as to how to protect their homelessness. This is contradictory as far as I can tell, and it certainly would not bode well with businesses and neighbors and neighborhoods that have been impacted by the ravages of homelessness in their living areas. Second of all, if you're homeless, how are you going to have access to the pima.gov website and know that there's this information? And first of all, who do you and how do you disseminate this information to? And secondly, why?
Vice Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie. So that information is part of our Public Defense Services website. They continue to provide information on rights for any individuals, and I know this is something that they do as well for anyone regardless of their status. I think the challenge in this space, Supervisor Christie, as you know, we've been working in there, is how do we balance this idea of accountability and support? Right, and that continues to be something that we're working on. I know as Kate and her department are working in this space, we're trying to kind of present some support in the back end as people are coming through the criminal justice system or as a drop-off. It continues to be the balance that we serve as a government, right? We continue to have people that have rights that they're entitled to. At the same time, we want to be able to provide some types of support systems that address the concerns of the business community as well. I think this is one of those areas, one of those tools that we really truly believe has added value in this space for individuals where there is an accountability mechanism that is part of why they're coming through to us. We're seeing some great success. right? And so the way kind of we square those off, at least in the departments that works with me directly, is to try to make sure that we're balancing those two efforts, that we're really trying to find out ways in which we can get people the help that they need using the tools that are available to them. Specifically, when it comes to law enforcement, we do not oversee the law enforcement, the decisions that they make both in the sheriff or in TPD. But at the same time, if we have systems that we can provide back-end support that can change that trajectory for folks, that's the way kind of we square those two areas.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Holmes, it would seem to me that instead of bolstering the homeless folks' rights and what they can do to maintain their rights while homeless, where is there any information or discussion about what penalties and repercussions you can go through if you are homeless and break the law? Is there any mention of what the legal ramifications of homeless are? Trespassing, drug use, vandalism that they could be brought into? Isn't it just as important to tell them what the penalties for homelessness are, as opposed to you have rights to be homeless?
But Mayor Chair Scott, thank you.
Administrator Lesher.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie. And as we've been pointing out, there with 35 departments and a variety of additional elected officials, there are many sections on the Pima County website that speak to different elements of every issue. Obviously, the things that you're referring to about what's the legal concerns, there's any number of places on the website where we provide information about how we're cleaning up those facilities, how the community can reach out to the county if there are concerns about any kind of location regarding homeless behavior with next to property. I'm more than happy to get back to you and the members of the board with the bibliography, if you will, of all the information provided on the website for different elements of this concern.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Lesher, thank you, but I would venture to say that if you went to a Walmart or Costco parking lot on any Saturday afternoon and corralled 15 to 20 customers there, or anywhere else where folks congregate in commercial places, and you said, look what homeless people can find on the pimacounty.gov website. They have a whole page on homeless people's rights. How do you think the community would respond to that?
Again, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, there are thousands of pages of information on the website, and you've pulled out one element of that. I don't know what focus group you might be speaking with, but I'm more than happy again to provide.
How about the Chamber of Commerce?
I'm sure is familiar with all of this.
Supervisor Allen.
I'm very grateful for the fact that our webpage includes content that reinforces the Bill of Rights, our constitutional rights, and the fact that we can do it in such a way that acknowledges that those rights that are enshrined in the U.S. Constitution, there aren't exceptions. Whether you have a home, whether you live in your car, whether you are in the jail, right? The Constitution, thankfully, should apply to everyone. And the fact that we as a county put that information out there is to our credit. So I want to thank staff for continuing to reinforce not just the dignity of people, especially folks who are going through hard times, but also the Constitution and the rights that are contained therein and as they apply to every single person within our county. That is an important job, and I am thankful for folks doing that. Going to the report, I have to say, one of the offices that have taken the tour of the transition center, very impressed very thankful for that work and the coordination that happens between pretrial services, law enforcement, the jail, and really trying to figure out ways to both transition people effectively out of incarceration and moving into the community in a safe and dignified and productive way. In reading the report, there was a stat that kind of jumped out at me that I didn't see in the slides, but I'm wondering if you can elevate, that was about the success rate, which is around recidivism, that people who go through the transition center, that we're not seeing them back. Can you talk a little bit about that number and sort of what's the causality to that, if you can point to it?
Of course. So Supervisor Scott, Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, that's based off of a control group we developed when we were first launching for the misdemeanors. So comparing apples to apples, misdemeanors who have come through the jail versus those who come through the transition center. After 30 days, about 28% or so of those misdemeanors will be rebooked. And if they go through the transition center, it's either at or less than 10%. We've even had it as low as, I think, 4 or 5% on certain months. So, and it just indicates, I mean, what's great about this program is that it's good for everyone. It improves public safety. We're seeing a reduction in rearrests, which our ultimate goal is to improve community safety. But the data demonstrates for us that the more frequently we are arresting somebody, if the objective is to change behavior, that is not changing behavior the way that we want to see it. We see those folks coming through more and more frequently. And so this is an experiment. Nobody across the country yet has really figured this out. But what we are seeing is that by combining a certain number of levers in the form of housing, in the form of peer support, in the form of justice navigation, access to treatment, that those levers tend to change behaviors, which is ultimately what we want for our community. And it's, less expensive on top of that, on top of going to the jail.
Go ahead, Supervisor Allen.
One other follow-up. What are the gaps that you are seeing in terms of services and things that we need to be providing more of, gaps that need to be filled, so that the transition center can be more effective in transitioning folks back into the community?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, we really struggle to see services available after 5 p.m. As you know, people get released from the jail. It is not smart for the community to have individuals who are getting released at midnight, 2 a.m., and then, having limited access or no access to transportation or housing in the middle of the night. So it's not safe for that person. It's not safe for those who live around that community. And so we would really love to see improved access to especially shelter after 5 p.m. There are emergency shelter facilities throughout Tucson. Many of them will only accept individuals in the morning, or will have certain types of barriers, or simply don't have beds available. And so we hustle every single day when we have folks who come in who express that they are interested in having shelter, and we start calling, and we go down a list of all the housing providers that we work with to see who has a bed and who would be willing to take them. But it gets, the phone lines stop picking up typically around 5 p.m. So at 9 p.m., 10 p.m., it's much more of a challenge. More immediate intervention with services is also helpful. We have folks who come in who are ready to start whatever kind of treatment, but they can't get an appointment until a week or two later with their treatment provider and intake. And at that point, we've lost them. Typically, they go back to whatever they were doing before they got arrested if we don't have an immediate intervention. So we deal in immediacy as much as humanly possible, and we try to take folks right then and there to whatever service they are willing to accept.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talk about constitutional rights. It appears in this kind of a format that is being provided on a website for Pima County to let homeless people know what their rights are. It appears that the county is more involved and concerned about the rights of homeless people as opposed to the rights of those who have had criminal acts perpetrated upon them by those who happen to be homeless. There doesn't seem to be any kind of equilibrium. It's in black and white here, telling and stating the rights for homeless people, but nothing about, that I can see, about creating a situation that can prevent people in their neighborhoods, their businesses, to be protected from those criminal acts. I don't think that there'd be any problem with my office making certain that business groups and neighborhood groups and HOAs know that this is being presented on a website so they can see for themselves the emphasis that's being placed on the county to protect the rights of homeless people, but nothing to address the rights of those who are victims. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie, just wanted to go back to when we voted unanimously to create the transition center. One of the entities that was most in support of it and continues to be in support of it was the Tucson Crime-Free Coalition, which represents a great many members of our business community. In fact, I see in their newsletters that they frequently tout the successes of the transition center. I wanted to ask, with regard to following up on Supervisor Allen's question about gaps, when the transition center was approved by the board, one of the goals was to ensure that knowledge of the transition center was seen throughout the law enforcement community so that law enforcement could direct people to the transition center. I wonder if you could comment on how we're doing with that, and also with the twin goals of warrant consolidation and warrant resolution, because those are also ways of ensuring that the jail is a place for people who are risks to public safety or flight risks. So I realize I asked two questions.
Chair Scott, I'll start with the second first. So we do have a website called the Consolidated Warrant Resolution. This is a hand-in-hand partnership with the pretrial services as well as our transition center. It all goes together in one. All of this should be leveraging each other. The primary issue with warrants is that it goes to one jurisdiction. And so if I'm an individual who has open warrants in both Marana, Tucson, Superior Court, I would have to go individually to each of those courts to try and identify what I needed to do. This one-stop shop is intended to tell you how to navigate each one of those systems, what one court prefers you do as opposed to another. Some courts will let you call, other folks require you to go in. And that's in those instances where somebody does have to appear in person, then the transition center steps in. We can arrange transportation for that individual to go to court, and work with the navigators to go through to navigate all of that. Pretrial has leveraged some of their resources to check for warrants in any jurisdiction. So if an individual goes to that website and is not sure if they have warrants or where the warrants are, they can call pretrial without any obligation to do anything, get that information, and in some instances, pretrial can even resolve some warrants right there over the phone. As far as law enforcement goes and law enforcement awareness, that has been personally my biggest objective over the last year. We have the benefit of also overseeing the crisis response and intervention training for all of Southern Arizona under our department as well. So we train hundreds and do thousands of officer training per year. And included in that training is information about the transition center and the transition center resources. But what I have found to be most helpful is to actually be there on scene when it comes to if there's an encampment decommissioning, if we have communities who have been concerned about the impact on homelessness, and they're trying to bring together multiple experts in the area. I show up for those meetings. I have been working very closely with the captains of many of the police departments here throughout. There's 11 different jurisdictions, and I think I've hit every single one of them in the last couple of months. And the more that I can understand what each community is experiencing uniquely, like Marana, as compared to the airport, for example, the airport police are high utilizers of our transition center because we have so many individuals who are experiencing mental illness who are trying to get on planes. So really understanding the unique needs of each law enforcement agency comes through that personal connection. And then we're able to customize our appeal to each of those officers. But we're trying really hard to make sure that we're not forcing we're trying to make sure that we understand what each community needs and marketing our services based off of that.
Thank you, Ms. Vesley. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Christie.
Just a housekeeping note, Ms. Lesher. We've submitted a couple of different requests for some answers.
I'm Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. I was just finding, you had indicated previously that you would be submitting questions. I just got word a little bit ago that your office said, no, you weren't submitting questions, that they were included in previous motions, I believe. So let us run to ground, and if there's outstanding questions on items, more than happy to get back to you.
That one dealt with another issue, but mine was responses of the transition center and other issues of homelessness that Ms. Darlin stated that she could not answer because it was a City of Tucson issue.
You're referring to the questions that you posed at the last meeting when Ms. Darlin made her report, Supervisor?
And then a follow-up on that, too.
Okay.
Take a look.
And I thought we had responded. Let me make sure we get that back out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, any other questions or comments for Ms. Vesley or Mr. Holmes? Administrator Lesher, was it just that presentation under this item?
Just the transition center.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We will then move on to item number 13, also under the county administrator. Ms. Lesher, did you just want to turn it over to Ms. Davis?
That would be terrific. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Davis, update on federal and state executive, legislative, and judicial actions that affect Pima County.
Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, thank you for having me here today. It is an honor to be in front of you to discuss a large-scale amount of activities that have happened since our last update mid-March. So we'll get right to it. There's a lot of content in this presentation. So next slide, please. So just to create the landscape, since January 20th, we have 103 executive orders that have been signed by our executive office, and this number is now 158 legal action in response to the executive orders. Now that we are just about almost 3 months in, we're starting to see a few trends within the executive orders. Lots are directed to the policy agenda of the executive office, but some are directed at the review and potential modifications to the federal workforce and the review of funding that goes from the federal government through state pass-through agencies or to direct grant recipients. To date, we've been focused on telling you that impact to our grant portfolio, but I want to underscore that a few actions that have happened over the past few weeks not just affect our grant portfolio, but in a way, a lot tied to some of the things we're seeing in changes to potential relaxation of regulations. We aren't going to talk about tariffs too much today, but those will be in a future update as we start to see the impact of potential cost increases to some of our projects, specifically our capital improvement projects. But there seems to be about 3 legs to the stool on how we're potentially affected by federal activity and subsequent funding or risks too. As you know, the Office of Management and Budget issued a memorandum to stop and pause all federal funding that is still in court. That was stopped by a federal judge in 22 other states. Subsequent to that, we're starting to see the second leg of that stool, and that is considerable changes to the federal workforce. That includes shifts of federal agencies, a lot of which are our funders directly or indirectly. And the third is enhanced scrutiny to the types of charges that are within these grant agreements executed to our Pima County departments, through our state agencies, and directly with our federal funders. So we're seeing really an enhanced scrutiny of an overall attempted pause directed to policy decisions from the executive office, changes to our workforce, which affect our federal agencies that we work directly with, and enhanced scrutiny and review of charges within our grant agreements. So we'll be talking about all of those today, and we'll do a state level update to close out. Next slide, please. So just as a timeline of what we've discussed in these presentations to date, friendly reminder that there was an intended pause of the Office of Management and Budget Memorandum and court orders. County staff did a detailed analysis of the grant impact. We made a determination that Health Department and our Community Workforce Development were the most impacted departments and the largest grant recipients of not just discretionary grants, but annual pass-through grants for critical services. You also know that we received a notice from the Federal Emergency Management Agency pertaining to our shelter and services programs with a potential withholding of reimbursements to Pima County for services rendered. But a recent memorandum to build upon that was released from the FEMA administration pertaining to enhanced scrutiny across all FEMA awards. To determine whether or not those awards have any scopes tied to immigration or asylum seeker work, or if jurisdiction recipients are considered a sanctuary jurisdiction. And those will require Department of Homeland Security review. This is important because it affects our Office of Emergency Management budget and associated regional training that is done through our Office of Emergency Management. So we know that those grant awards that our emergency management teams receive are under DHS review. So for the board to know, we will update as we know more on if there's any risk to those. Late last week, Pima County Health Department received termination directly from the Centers for Disease Control or stop work orders for 9 grants tied to immunizations. We received those notices midway, and we'll talk in detail about the grants of those. And they were CDC funding, source funded from Department of Health and Human Services, which we will review the changes to that agency as well. Next slide, please. This is a very wordy slide, and this list will continue to get longer. But just to underscore, we broke out the fiscal year 24 grants portfolio to look at the percentage of expenditures because, and this is important because we're seeing some withholding of reimbursements and potential recoupment. What we know about the Shelter and Services Program is that we have a paused potential $10 million in reimbursement. We did receive a notice from the American Rescue Plan Act, U.S. Treasury Funding Department, that they would review the expenditures, but mostly a recoupment of unobligated funds. The county has obligated all of their funds within the federal regulations as of the award deadline date, which was December 31st, 2024. So that was, I think, more of a programmatic standard best practice, but we will continue to update if there are any potential speed bumps for the ARPA funding. We'll focus on the health department today because we're starting to see this across all of our granting departments, that we're getting word from our federal agencies that potentially stop work or change scope or terminate grant agreements. And so that's kind of the third leg of this stool with enhanced scrutiny to the funding lines. 2 big ones, and the board received a memorandum from the county administrator and Dr. Terry Cullen, director of the health department, around these grants. But the important thing to note, the 2 big ones, specifically COVID-19 health disparities and vaccine equity, were termed or stop work order before their performance period end date. The Health Disparities Grant had an extension that was approved via contract to go through May 2026. We had an average annual expenditure of $1.6 million and would have fully expended that had we gotten to our performance period end date of May of 2026. The Vaccine Equity Grant was due to term at the end of this fiscal year, 6/30/25. That was termed 3 months early, leaving almost $2 million across those two grants on the table. And importantly, critical plans for full-time staff that were homed on those grants and part-time staff that were charging to those grants. So these grants really tie to access to public health services, immunizations, supplies. We had 3 grants that were still active but have no staff charging. Those were state pass-through grants, as is Vaccine Equity. Health Disparities is a direct grant from the CDC, which was terminated. Those 3 grants were really tied to equipment, supplies, and communication campaigns about importance of vaccines and immunizations. And then 4 grants tied to the epidemiology and laboratory capacity were also stop work orders. However, those were closed across the county last year. So that's an update on what we've heard to date. We've also heard other updates to our county departments in and around shifting parameters of the scope of the grant agreement, especially if it was extended, and the future of those grants. But we'll go into detail as those come to more fruition. Next slide, please. As you may have seen, late last week, the Department of Health and Human Services saw a tremendous shift in scope, staff, and potentially funding. It's important to know that our health department, of their grant portfolio, 92% roughly, is sourced from health and human service agencies, specifically including but not limited to the CDC, which is the Center for Disease Control, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and the Health Resources and Services Administration. Please note, it's not just health department that receives grants from HHS-sourced agencies. We see grants across these agencies tied to our behavioral health services, tied to justice, tied to human services. So the modifications that are happening across the Department of HHS will likely be realized across more county departments than just our health department. Next slide, please. As a federal workforce update, as I updated last meeting, we'll know more about the large-scale federal reduction in April and May Bureau of Labor and Statistics reporting and the unemployment compensation for federal employee benefits, which will be produced in mid-April, mid-May, to know the impact of specifically what happened in February with the large-scale layoff of probationary employees. That is held up in court as well as of March 13th, but we estimate, at least the count as of last week, was over 121,000 federal workers were dismissed. Department of Health and Human Services announced cuts to 20,000 jobs with a direct firing of 10,000 employees, which is to take effect in the upcoming weeks. And a notice to or intent to close or entirely cut federal departments, specifically USAID, and we've heard a lot about what is happening at the Department of Education. Next slide, please. The one thing that we didn't discuss last meeting is the potential modifications to regulations, and that affects our Department of Environmental Quality and regulations that we have pertaining to air quality and ambient air quality standards. So there's a few things that are happening at the EPA in addition to potential funding freezes tied to Unleashing American Energy, which is one of the early executive orders. Specifically for air quality, there's potentially a relaxation in and around emission standards. The Ozone National Ambient Air Quality Standards are evaluated every 5 years. The last one was done in 2020, so we can probably see some modifications here in 2025. Pertaining to climate, there's a potential for deregulatory actions associated with greenhouse gas emissions reductions and the requirement to report such. And the EPA has moved forward with advancing their cooperative federalism, which shifts these regulation obligations to the state versus a federal regulation, and this would be through state implementation plans. So we'll continue to update you as the EPA makes those changes. Next slide, please. The state legislative update is very similar to the one we shared last week, although there's been a significant movement in some of the backlog in bills that have been reviewed. There's a shared concern about executive orders and the state budget impact. We still don't know a finalization or final detail around the governor's office's official budget. The House and Senate Appropriation Committees are set to meet today and tomorrow, or Monday and Tuesday, pardon me, after the backlog of floor hearings, which we're taking roughly about 2 to 3 weeks to review in second and third committees. There's a sizable amount of bills moving through that limit local authority and potentially transfer the cost to county governments. Most of that is tied to health services, law enforcement, but we do see some positive movement in terms of stormwater legislation, post-conviction relief needs, and some work in the court-ordered evaluation space. Next slide. And with that, I will take questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Davis, Supervisor Hines?
Oh, does it have to be specific to staff or just we're talking about this item?
We can certainly talk about this item.
Okay, and in part, yes. So you said that with regard to on the public health side of things, that 2 million and change of encumbered funds basically were they're trying to not give us, right? These are grants or contracts. I think you even mentioned that there's a signed agreement. We are going to get X amount of dollars for a specific purpose. And if you violate the terms of that grant contract, like we are using it for other stuff, then there are some, of course, ways to stop the grant or get the money back. But we were not using these grant funds for anything other than the stated approved contracted purpose. And in my estimation, I think we need to, frankly, I don't know if I can move it now, but we need to join the lawsuit that 23 states and Washington, D.C. just announced earlier today on this public health funding, because it's affecting every state. I don't know why every state wouldn't be suing for this. So that's a pretty easy thing for us to do, to jump onto that lawsuit whenever our council feels that's appropriate. And I would advocate that we do that.
I'm sorry. Mr. Brown?
Chair, Supervisor Hines, we are aware of the lawsuit that was filed today. We'll look into it pursuant to previous discussions we've had about actions that the county can take or should take.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Davis, we have on our agenda under grant application and acceptance 1, 2, 3, upcoming grant acceptances. Would it be advisable that we don't accept any grants at this time until we determine whether or not we're actually going to be recipients of them? And not only on the agenda items, but any future grant requests or applications?
Hold on
Chair
just
Scott,
one second,
thank you,
Administrator
Supervisor
Lesher.
Christie, I will tell you, those are the conversations we've been having. Do we continue to go after, move forward with the grants that we are presenting to you today? I think what we're looking at doing, if we have legally binding contracts for which monies have been authorized and appropriated, we'll continue to bring them to the board. I think that what we have been looking at and discussing is, even if we can move forward with grants, if there will be additional costs in any way occurred to the county, if this is funds that may just be part of the bucket, if you will, and not necessarily identified to specific piece of equipment, program, or person, then we will continue with them. But I think we need to look long and hard at a grant that might be obligating us in any way to something new.
And Mr. Chair, Ms. Lesher, just to reiterate, perhaps we should have a sea change shift in our approach here with grants and rely much far less on the government for funding.
If I may, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, I think part of it, as we've discussed in the past, there are there are many grants, if you will. One of the grants that I think when we hear that term grant, we apply for something, they give us a small amount of money to do something. Some of the grants that have been on the table for discussion this week are, for example, Title X funds on women's health. I believe those first began in the 70s or the 80s. Community Development Block Grant, when we have grant funding, if you will, that's formulaic and has been coming to the county for 40 or 50 years, I think we see the continuation of those services to benefit the people of Pima County, something that will continue versus that new grant that might be for something we've not done previously or to expand or somehow enhance a service that we've not done. We are looking at, as we do every day, at not only how we spend dollars that come in from other governments, but from any private sector grant source or our taxpayers.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments on this item? Ms. Davis, thank you very much. I'm sure that takes a tremendous amount of time to prepare a presentation of that nature, and especially since the information is continually changing.
Chair Scott, members of the board, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're still under the county administrator portion of the agenda. We're now going to move to fiscal year 25-26 overall budget development. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. At the last meeting, there were two very specific questions asked about how we might look at two board policies, one regarding pay-go or our pay-as-you-go model, and the other regarding the amount that is required for our fund balance. And I'm going to ask Mr. Cuaron and members of the finance staff to walk through a slide presentation on those two items.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Mr. Chair, members of the board, we have a very brief presentation covering the items that Ms. Lesher just went over. The first slide here is a pay-go policy refresher. This should look familiar to those of you who were here in January. This slide really goes over the policy, pay-go policy that was adopted in November of 2019, whereby the board dedicated a portion of the primary sales tax to fund capital improvement projects in the general fund. The policy outlines the calculation for which the dollars are moved into the capital improvements fund. The calculation is 60% of the cumulative reduction in debt service combined with 60% of the the increase in the net assessed value in any given year, the combination of which is levied, and those dollars are then moved into the capital improvements fund to fund general fund capital improvements. The slide on the chart on the right rather is our collections of this since its policy inception. You can see on the slide we went from 9.3 million in FY21, which was the inception of the policy, up to 51.7 today, with an estimate of 53.2 million in 26 at the current 60/60 rate. Next slide, please. This chart is demonstrating what our current budget is. That's on the far left, as far as the levy and the tax rate. So if I take a minute here, the orange. It's orange on my slide. It probably looks rust brown on the screen there. But the orange slide represents our non-pay-go levy. And then in the white, that's our actual tax rate. The gold bars are the pay-go levy. So that's the dollars that we're generating in actual dollars for our pay-go program. And the green bar on the far right represents our total tax levy. With the tax rate in the white numbers indicated on the bar chart. On the far left is our 24-25 budget. Totals 461.3 million. Of that, again, 51 is pay-go. Our estimate for FY26, if we stay at the 60/60 calculation for pay-go specifically, is 53.2 million, as I mentioned on our last slide, with a tax rate of 0.4508. If we looked at, or when we looked at a 70/70 or an 80/80 distribution, those are the bar charts on the far right and then one to the left of the far right. So if we start at 7070, that generates 55.4 million, which is a difference of, in pay-go, it's a difference of 2.2 million over what we're projected to get in FY 25-26 if we stayed at the current 60-60. And then moving over to the far right is 80-80. The calculation would be at 80-80, and we would generate another 4.4 million over the estimate of at 60-60. I do want to note that while it does generate additional revenues in both pay-go and non-pay-go, as demonstrated on the slide, it does also increase the tax base or the tax rate for pay-go. And the reason for that is, as I understand it, the intent of the policy when it was established, the difference in the 60-60 or the 40 basis points or the 40%, that was the intent of that was to be used to keep the primary rate lower. And when we increased to 70-70 or 80-80, that amount that could be used to keep the primary rate lower that's a smaller amount. And so because of the smaller amount, the tax rate has to increase. So I did want to point that out. We did also send out a memo I think it was sent out yesterday, which did include the information that I've presented on the 2 slides here today. That concludes my comments on pay-go. I don't know if we want to pause or just want to keep going on the general fund. Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. The pay-go reconciliation for 25-26, assuming 60-60. So if assuming the board stays at the 60-60, we have 53.2 million. We are going to continue to use the 25 for the pre-funding of the road debt service. You can see the amount there for affordable housing. We have an amount allocated for open space at 2.2. We have the parks renewal funds at 1.7 million, and we have the CLR renewal funds at 250,000, which leaves us a total of $19 million that you will see in the county administrator's recommended budget that we are proposing to reallocate these funds to prior year capital debt expenditures. The purpose of that being we'll use these dollars to make the transfers to the debt service for prior year capital expenditures, which will allow us to utilize then those funds to fund county operations. And
quick question, when you're talking about prior year capital debt expenditures, is that inclusive of just certificates of participation or all forms of capital debt?
Mr. Chair, it's primarily COPS, the certificates of participation.
Thank you.
Moving on to the general fund reserve policy. I'll take the board back to this policy was adopted in October of 2022. The purpose of the policy was really to establish general fund balance guidelines that the county would follow. It requires an unrestricted fund balance of 17% of prior year general fund audited expenditures in any given year. And if that balance is less than 17% at the end of any given fiscal year, the county administration is required to develop a plan to bring that within target within 2 years. In the case if the balance exceeded 17%, county admin may submit a spending recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on how to allocate and spend those dollars. So that's a framework of the policy. I believe a lot of the policy recommendations came from the Government Finance Officers Association. These are best practices most commonly held at the time of construction of the board policy. Next slide, please. For 25-26, you will see that we are recommending a 1-year moratorium to that policy. Such moratorium would yield $12.2 million in one-time revenues to help with the general fund budget. Even with that, our projected FY 25-26 fund balance reserve at 15% is still $92 million, which is still a healthy fund balance reserve. We plan on resuming adherence to the policy in 26-27. So again, just a 1-year moratorium. And I know the big question from the board at the last meeting was what impact would this have on our credit rating and our rating outlook? And the answer is minimal to none. We've touched base with our financial advisor, and his feeling is that it would have, as long as it is truly a 1 year, basically use of fund balance, there would be no or minimal impact on our bond rating as well as our rating outlook. So I believe that we can take this step without any financial repercussions from the bond rating agency. The next slide, please.
Can you go back to that slide for a moment? My memory of when we adopted the fund reserve policy was back in 2022 was that it was recommended that we stay between 15 and 17%. We went for the upper portion of that recommended span. But now it sounds like what we're hearing from bond counsel is that we could have a moratorium on the policy from 1 year and not have any real effect on the bond rating. Does that mean that they've changed their initial recommendation to stay within the 15 to 17% range?
Mr. Chair, it'd be hard for me to go back and understand what was said at the time. However, I do believe that staying between 15 and 17% is prudent as a path forward. I believe the intent when the county was taking a look at the 17% was 2 months of operating expenditures, and that was sort of the framework with which the policy was presented and approved. And the 17% really gets us to that 2 months of operating expenditures. But I believe 15%, if we wanted to take a look at that as a more permanent or that range, I believe that would be a prudent, it would be prudent for the county to look at that as a range rather than a hard target if we wanted to pursue that in the future.
So, but that would require the board to go back and amend the policy, correct?
I believe so, because the policy states 17%.
Could we, I don't think that this is explicitly addressing that. What you're talking about here is a 1 year moratorium, but Ms. Lesher, could we get a report on what would be the ramifications? I mean, obviously we see the ramifications for this fiscal year, but what would be the long-term ramifications of going back and amending the policy to go from 17% to 15%?
Will do, thank you.
And could we also, since we didn't explicitly ask that of bond counsel, would we want to circle back to them with that particular question?
Find out. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments from board members before he moves on? Supervisor Grohl.
No, that was just my issue too. The moratorium, having been on boards where we didn't think that there would be an impact, and it does end up having one, even if it's slight in the percentage and how it affects the bond, the result to us, even any negligible amount of change will be a big impact. And that's my worry here with, the county going forward, is that we are already looking at reductions in force and what that looks like for everyone. And so trying to keep as much of a general fund reserve as we can, I think, to anticipate that we are going to be having some pretty significant financial stresses. It's going to be hard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Coron.
Thank you. I have two more slides. This slide here is from the January forecast. I lifted it just directly from it. What I want to point out here is the 4.1 million in the general fund. This is the contingency that the board has set aside for FY 25-26. I believe this action was taken October, November is what my staff is telling me. And you can go to the next slide, please. What we're coming to ask direction for the board today is to use 2.2 million of that 4.1 to address some of the one-time supplemental requests that came in as a result of the 25-26 budget process. And this, we believe this is prudent from the perspective of allowing us to accomplish some of the needs of the 26 budget with dollars that we have available today. And I believe that we should take this action, the board should take this action, because as we know, things are getting more costly, and some of these items are for equipment related purchases, paving, striping, things at the ball field. And so to get ahead of cost increases that may be coming as a result of tariffs and other economic indicators, it is prudent for the board to take this action should they so choose.
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, and Chair Scott. Yeah, these are, while there's not been a great deal of discussion, these are items that were included in drafts of the supplemental and/or the CIP budget that went out. You've seen them. We had looked at them going to next year. The balance is always, if we don't do them this year, we have a larger fund balance to go into next year. Pay for them then. The staff has been talking about this, and the bottom line is it's not going to get cheaper. And that if we have the funds to do things at this point that we believe need to get done and that we have seen move through in our capital project list and supplemental requests, that we would like to be able to use the dollars that we have this year to go ahead and pay for them this year, as I say, rather than rolling them into next year's plan and rolling the money over with it, assuming, as I say, it won't be cheaper to do them then.
And each of them is a one-time expenditure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your request, Supervisor Allen?
Oh, no, go right.
Go ahead, please.
What were some of the criteria that led to these items being the items listed here as opposed to others?
Mr. DeBonis or Mr. Holmes have been walking through the capital improvement budget, and so let me see if we can get a little granularity on that for you.
Yeah, Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen. So when we talked about the supplementals, you saw a prioritization scheme presented to the board. Priority 1 was countywide. Priority 2 was maintaining existing services. Priority 3 was expanding of existing services. And priority 4 was new programs or services. So we really followed that scheme of selecting these particular projects. And so as was indicated, by approving the use of contingency funding this fiscal year, it takes pressure off of the supplemental package and budgetary dollar amount for next fiscal year. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And to the points being made for equipment purchases and capital projects, we're concerned pricing will continue to increase, in that if we wait, by the time we get there, the cost may outpace the dollars that we've allocated for it.
Any other questions or comments from board members? I'm sorry, Mr. Coron, was that your last slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Ms. Lesher, were you requesting, while we were on this item, action from the board on the recommendations on that last slide? All right. I would move that we approve those recommended one-time expenditures using the methods outlined in the presentation.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
Interest of time, may I recommend to the board that we take 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 at once?
You know what? I had all of those bracketed. I even had 25, but I gather you have a question about 25. But I will second your motion to approve items 15 through 24. Oh.
You could just read it.
Okay, and Supervisor Grijalva is pointing out that I also need to read that in item 18, that is approving resolution number 2025-6. You just made the clerk happy.
Yay.
All right. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, those items are approved. We're now then to item number 25. I'll move the item.
Oh, I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Item 25 passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Item number 26, I'll move the item.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item number 27, I will move that item.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. I would be willing to consider items 28 through 32 together. We've already done 30. I did have a question about 31, but I'd be willing, but I intend to support it.
Yeah. I'll second.
21 through, I'm sorry, what was it?
28,
28
29,
through
30.
32.
Yeah.
Okay. I did have a question about item number 31 because it indicates that although there's a not to exceed cost over a 3-year term of $432,000, that there's an expectation of $400,000 annually in savings by entering into this agreement with Jacobs Engineering Group. My question is that $400,000 annually moving forward every year, or is it $400,000 during this 3-year term? I just needed some clarity on that.
Chair Scott, thanks for that question. And so with the use of this contract and the technology, we're going to be able to reduce costs for operating the wastewater treatment system, chemicals, energy, things of that nature. So the intent is that over the term, we will see annually a $400,000 a year savings. That amount, though, we will then hit a point of stability, right? We will, then have incorporated these practices into our normal budgeting. So you'll see that amount won't continue $400,000 per year indefinitely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
I just have to ask a quick question on 26.
Please.
This is a kind of a...
26?
28.
Okay, thank you.
This is kind of a conglomeration of construction companies in one big bucket, just being kind of prepared for usage and allocation. Can you just real briefly describe what is the scope of the services? For instance, is some of it for the jail, for 130 West Congress, or the Northwest Service Center, anything like that?
Scott, Supervisor Christie, I think the answer is yes. These are job order contracts. We get a variety, as you identify, a variety of folks, construction, maintenance, looking at with all of the county facilities. It's not limiting.
It just kind of puts it ready for when
we need them, and then we can execute those given contracts for whatever specific project it is. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. All those in favor of approving items 28 to 32 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0 because Supervisor Allen had to leave the dais. Under grant application and acceptance, would the board be willing to consider items 33 through 35 together?
Mr. Chair, for the purpose of voting no on 33.
Okay. All right. Let's consider item 33 then. I'll move the item.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, item 33 passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. I'll move items 34 and 35.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 34 and 35 are approved unanimously. We're now going to move to addendum item number 2. And I need to ask the board to consider the acceptance of the resignation of our colleague Supervisor Grijalva, effective April 4th, 2025.
I don't know if I can vote on this, so I'm wondering if I could say something really quickly.
Absolutely.
Can I vote on? I can't vote on it. I can. Okay, that's weird, but okay.
You could second it.
I'll second. That's weird. Yeah, yeah.
Discussion, Supervisor Grijalva.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you very much for the opportunity to serve with all of you. Gosh, I knew I was going to cry. I just think that it is such a privilege and a gift to have the opportunity to talk to people about what is happening in our communities. We all have such a responsibility, and it has been my pleasure to be here and serve with all of you. I want to also acknowledge Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Bronson, because, the work up here is not easy. I think that, we don't always agree. Occasionally we do, but not that often, but we do agree. And I think that it's important for us to continue to have a really strong collegial relationship for the departments and the people that rely on the work that we do here in Pima County. I walked through, I think, every department, talked to hundreds of people, and our responsibility is huge. What's going to be happening with our budget next year and the upcoming year is going to be really difficult. And so I hope you all just continue to put the people of this community to the top of mind when we're making all of these really difficult decisions. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge my amazing staff. I have Samantha and Elvira, who have left my office but are doing wonderful things. I literally just hired Jocelyn. She started on Monday. So yay, Jocelyn. Next week. She started last week. She's lovely. Naomi, Nicholas, and Keith. Keith has been with me from the first day, and I just don't think that we would have been as successful if it wasn't for an incredibly motivated team. I want to thank, I didn't have a lot of time to work with Administrator Huckleberry, but I want to thank so much Administrator Lesher I just admire you so much, and the work that you do and some of the meetings you take. God bless you, lady. It's hard. I want to thank Sam, who I used to work with in TUSD, who's wearing a little TUSD button. Good, thanks, Sam. And work here. I just think it's so important. Steve, I've known you for, I don't know, 3 decades or something like that. And we're still so young. It's amazing. Carmine, I didn't know you as well. And I just admire you all so much for all the work that you do. And it's just been such a privilege. Dr. Garcia, Dr. Cullen, I don't want to start calling out department heads because then I'll inevitably miss somebody. But we just have some really amazing people that work here that are so dedicated to the work that they do. And I'm just so honored and privileged to have served here. This decision was not an easy decision for me to make. And so I just want you all to know how appreciative I am of the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other discussion? Supervisor Christie.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say I've enjoyed serving with you, Supervisor Grijalva. Especially, I'm going to miss the arguing you and I do.
Nice.
And especially I'm going to miss because I always win the argument. Wish you the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Supervisor Allen.
You will be missed.
Thank you.
Your role here is irreplaceable. Your presence and standing up for what is right, for speaking truth to power, for remembering those who need to be remembered and centered, is an inspiration. And also as a woman in leadership, as a Latina in leadership, you have inspired others to follow in your path, from TUSD to the school board, and undoubtedly you will continue to inspire young and old women alike to push themselves into stepping into new roles and doing things that are bold and doing things that are right. So I am so confident that you will do amazing things in your next role as my congresista. So thank you. Thank you.
And Supervisor Allen. Lolita, I still remember you walking into my office at Howenstein High School when you were a first-time candidate for the governing board, and the connections that you immediately made with staff and students that day spoke to not only how much you care, but how well you listen. And certainly neither of us could have known at that time that we would be colleagues as supervisors. But I'm grateful for our friendship of over 20 years, and I can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's very nice.
All right. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resignation is accepted unanimously. We're now moving to discussion, direction, action regarding a selection process to fill the vacancy of Board of Supervisor District 5. And colleagues, you got via email, and it's also attached to this item, a draft process. I want to thank Supervisor Grijalva for suggesting a big chunk of this process. It shows her concern for the people that she represents and that they have a voice during this time, which is especially important given that we are considering our budget for the coming fiscal year, and District 5 needs to have a voice. You see the next to number 1, the criteria for applicants. And I should say this entire process has been reviewed by the county attorney's office to make sure that it's aligned with statute. Interested parties, what they're required to submit: letter of interest, resume, financial disclosure statement, conflict of interest forms. As they have done with other appointments, the Human Resources Department will conduct a background check. Clerk will begin accepting the required documents on April 2nd, in other words, tomorrow, but the deadline will be Monday, April 7th at 5 p.m.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
That is a bit concerning to me. That leaves roughly, 5 days, not including the weekend, for the applicants to be processed. That's an awfully short window, and I would feel that there would be more vetting and ability for my colleagues to talk directly in a more substantive manner if they had more time to do so. I think that's a real crunch, a real short window, where I know even though none of my party has been in a situation where they've been where they could be replaced, but even I would get requests for interviews from applicants, and a number of them, and I don't think this is enough time to schedule those requests and to be able to have that face-to-face discussion with potential board members. So I would suggest that maybe we look at extending that window by probably at least a week.
The window that is being discussed is that people need to indicate their interest in applying by Monday. Then we have until our next meeting to conduct any personal interviews that we want to have, or have a public forum conducted by the League of Women Voters like we did when Supervisor Bronson resigned. I recognize that it is a more accelerated timeline than we used when we appointed Supervisor Bronson's replacement. But I also recognize that we're in the middle of budget season and want the folks of District 5 to have a voice at this dais as the fiscal blueprint for the coming year is being considered.
Well, I understand that now, but I'm concerned that potential applicants might feel pressured to make a decision in a very quick and decisive manner without even having to consider all the ramifications and having a chance to talk it over. It just seems like you got till next week, and if you don't, you're not going to have a chance.
It strikes me that most people who are interested in being considered for this appointment are very likely taking that into consideration now, having those conversations with their friends and family. And yes, they do have until next Monday at 5 to get all those documents submitted. It is a shorter time frame than what we did last time, but this time frame is also different.
It should be pointed out that we took more time to appoint a constable than a board member.
We shouldn't talk about constables.
Supervisor Geraldo.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is the application is not that comprehensive. It's a resume, a letter of interest, and then the conflict of interest and financial disclosure statements are available online, and it's just you're signing. And so whether people decide that's what they want to do, we'll still have an opportunity. I think that if, let's say, someone puts their paperwork in and decides, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and step away, depending on when the League of Women Voters forum, virtual public forum can be scheduled, you'll still have some time. And I think all of the other due diligence, ensuring the person lives in District 5, that they are a Democrat, a cursory sort of background check kind of thing. I do believe that gives us enough time. And I think historically, and the clerk of the board can sort of speak to this, usually get those applications early in the process, and then you're just sort of waiting. And my worry genuinely is, I was very fortunate, just got sworn in January, and I just don't want District 5 to not have someone here advocating for them. And I know that you all would do your best, but I do think it's different when you have someone from the district being able to do that.
And then just go ahead, Supervisor Hines.
I would just like to say thank you to Supervisor Halva for having this recommendation. I support it. We obviously tragically lost our member of Congress, or my member of Congress. We had so many people here just recently, last week. We have like 5 cameras in the room right now. I don't think there's no worry on my part that somehow this process is like being swept under the rug, that no one's going to know about it. Like, people that are potentially interested are going to know through the media, through the internet, through all sorts of sources, that this opportunity is available, far more so than when a former colleague, Supervisor Bronson, stepped aside. So I'm confident that we will be able to find on this time frame an excellent representative, probably not as excellent, but an excellent representative for the constituents of District 5. And there's like a 300 or 400 page budget book that they need to kind of thumb through before they make some votes in May, and we don't want them to show up in May or something and then like have to vote on that like their first meeting. So I really appreciate Supervisor Grijalva for suggesting this, and I support it.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Allen.
One quick question.
Please.
So in the applicant's statutory requirements, is literate in English, that is a statutory requirement?
Mr. Brown.
Yeah. It seems subjective, but if it is required to be there, then I will say. But if it is not required to be there, I would say we should scratch it, because it is a subjective term. Other things, residence, length of time, et cetera, are very clear cut and measured. But yeah.
Mr. Brown.
Chair, Supervisor Allen, I'm told it's not in statute, but it is in case law.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
just to continue with some of the requirements, because I know that not everybody has this document in front of them. One of the things that we can consider is having a League of Women Voters forum during the week of April 7 to 11. Is that something that my colleagues would like to ask the clerk to set up? I would. Yes. All right. Yes. Okay. So we will be doing that, Ms. Manriquez. And then we can conduct our individual candidate interviews. I certainly intend to, and it's up to each supervisor if they want to do that. We would make the appointment at this meeting, and we could invite whoever is appointed to join us at the dais, depending on when we had that item on the agenda. It would be my intent to have it as one of the very first items in case we wanted to invite that person to join us. Supervisor Christie.
That date would be April 15th?
Yes. They could be sworn in and invited to join us at that time. Supervisor. They will not have a badge. And then it's important to point out for the public and for anybody who's interested in doing this, that they're potentially going to be on the ballot twice in 2 years. Because given when Supervisor Grijalva is scheduled her resignation, the person will have to be on the ballot in the general election of 2026 and the primary, thank you, to serve out the balance of Supervisor Grijalva's term. And then if they wanted to serve a term in their own right, they would have to go through the primary and general election process in 2028.
Obviously, folks would run against them in the primary if they wanted to.
Yes, they certainly could. They certainly could. This is, and I thank my administrator and historian, Ms. Lesher, for reminding us of this. This is similar to the situation that occurred when Supervisor Even passed away back in the 90s, and Supervisor Carroll was appointed to fill out the balance of his term and then had to run in his own right to represent District 4. Mr. Supervisor Elias had to do that as well? All right. Thank you. All right. So I would move
Chair Scott?
Yes.
Just wanted to
please
correct. ARS 11402 does require the candidate to be able to read and write the English language. It's the language of the statute.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I would move that we approve the selection process to fill the vacancy of Board of Supervisor District 5 as outlined on the attachment to this item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned.